And I thought everybody had one. This week.
So before we get started, I would like to remind everyone that there is sign-up sheets there by the door for anyone that would like to speak during the public hearing section. So please sign up if you haven't, if you would like to speak. All right, I show that it's 12:15, so I'd like to call to order for the review of the proposed annexation of the plan of services for 448 Holt Drive. Applicant and property owner is Ruth Diane Oler, tax map 040P, Group A, parcel 008.00, R1, low density residential district. So we need a roll call, please.
Debbie Hines, Kevin Bookout,
Here.
Dennis Brennan,
Here.
Pam Carey,
Here.
Tim Dixon,
Here.
Tim Henley, Brandon DeBoer,
Here.
David Mears,
Here.
Clayton Pangle,
Here.
and Scott Wilson.
We have these, and then we have the pledge before the start of the main meeting. Is the way that I believe that we're set to do it. So, but thank you. Don't want to forget that.
I'm an American.
Yep. Yes, sir. So, good afternoon. I'm Dennis Brennan. I'm acting chair of the Loudon County Regional Planning Commission. call this first public hearing to order. We're here to review the proposed annexation and plan of services for 448 Holt Drive, tax map 040P, Group A, parcel 0080.00, R1 district, with the applicant Ruth Diane Oler. So I open the floor to any public comments on that specific item. So staff, if you would, I'm, as you know, filling in, so please guide me if I'm getting off the rails here.
Anybody here for this first item for Oler on Holt Drive? If you are, please step to the podium and speak.
All right. All right,
Hearing
don't
none.
have any, okay, so we will now close the public hearing for 448 Holt Drive. No further public comments will be accepted. The decision on this will be made during the Regional Planning Commission meeting, which is held immediately after these three hearings. And then a prepared report and recommendation will be made to the City Council, where the final decision and vote is made. So, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Public, thank you. Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. We'll wait 1 minute. I don't want to start early. This is Matlock Road East annexation. Yeah, so another 2 more public hearings. Okay, I show that it's 12:20, so I'd like to call to order for review the proposed annexation and plan services, Matlock Road East, application and property owner Marcella Urias. Sorry if I made that, pronounced that wrong. Tax map 032, parcel 111.00, P1 professional and civil district. Roll call, please.
Debbie Hines, Kevin Bookout,
Here.
Dennis Brennan,
Here.
Pam Carey,
Here.
Tim Dixon,
Here.
Tim Henley, Brandon DeBoer,
Here.
David Mears,
Here.
Clayton Pangle,
Here.
and Scott Wilson.
Thank you. I now call the second public hearing to order at 12:20 p.m. This hearing is for the proposed annexation and plan of services for Matlock Road East, tax map 032, parcel 111.00, P1 district, with the applicant Marcelo Reyes. I open the floor for any public comments specific to that item. Going. All right, we'll now close the public hearing for the Matlock Road East. No further public comments can be accepted. The decision will be made during the Regional Planning Commission meeting that follows immediately after this. And then there'll be a report prepared and recommendation to the City Council, where the final decision and vote will be made. Do I hear a motion to adjourn this public hearing meeting?
So moved.
Motion and a second, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're closed. 2 more minutes. All right, I show time to go. So I'd like,
Do you have a sign-in sheet?
yeah, please. Great. All right. I'd like to call to order for review of the proposed annexation and plan of services for Dry Valley Road, tax map 053-047-018.01 M1 Light Industrial District with the applicant Dry Valley Realty LLC. Roll call, please.
Debbie Hines, Kevin Bookout,
Here.
Dennis Brennan,
Here.
Pam Carey,
Here.
Tim Dixon,
Here.
Tim Henley, Brendan DeVore.
Here.
David Mears.
Here.
Clayton Pangle.
Here.
And Scott Wilson.
Thank you. I now call the third public hearing to order. This hearing is for the proposed annexation and plan of services for Dry Valley Road, tax map 053-047-018.00 and 018.01 M1 Light Industrial District with applicant Dry Valley Realty LLC. And I do have the sign-up sheet, so I'm gonna work from that. So let's just, I think the best bet is just to work down it from the top. So the limit for speaking is 3 minutes. And we're looking to not, we don't want to just hear the same thing, so please, yeah, just for guidance. So Amanda Bandy, please.
So, good afternoon. My name is Amanda Bandy. I live in James Ridge subdivision, and my property actually directly butts up against the land that we are talking about. My point coming from this is I'm from Lenore City. I was born and raised, grew up in Lenore City, loved Lenore City. It was a small town feel. I'm sure most of you know Lenore City has massively overgrown the past several years. I used to see people on Facebook saying, you know, I wish Lenore City would grow. Grow. And I'm all about growth at a responsible rate. The same people that you would see coming on talking about growth in Lenore City are some of the same people that you see now coming on and complaining about the overgrowth in Lenore City. We made the choice to move down here to Loudon 4 years ago. My husband is from Loudon. He loved Loudon. And so 4 years ago, we decided we wanted to leave more of the busier, kind of turning into Farragut, Lenore City area, and come to a small town here in Loudon. I've told them before, Tim Dixon's one of them I used to laugh at. You know, Loudon is kind of crazy when it comes to sports and things like that. Coming from Lenore City, I thought people down here were kind of crazy. But when I got down here and I saw my kids in sports and saw the community and everything here, I absolutely loved it. I fell in love with it. That was the charm. I see people at sporting events supporting kids that isn't in their family. They haven't had kids in the system in years. And it's a big thing for me. I love the small town feel of this. A lot of people love the small town feel of this. So one thing for me is, you know, they're looking at doing M1 manufacturing in this slot, okay? I have a big problem with that. I mean, it's literally in my backyard. This is a residential area. There is plenty of places right down the road on Robertson Springs Road, Commerce Drive, Center Park Drive. There's plenty of places available for M1 manufacturing that already has manufacturing type plants there. This is something that, you know, if anything, we should be looking at residential. So for me, there's no reason to even annex this property because with it being in the county, it can already be residential. So part of my problem with this is I know that Mr. Barnett had requested plan of services, and in the plan of services, he had requested it to be residential and M1 manufacturing. But as Mr. Fry, and he's here, he can correct me if I'm wrong, at the end of that meeting 2 meetings ago, he stated that on the application, the only thing listed on the application was M1 manufacturing. So that's telling me that Mr. Barnett, once he gets this annexed, he's not going for residential. He's going for M1 manufacturing. So I just ask that you please consider that. You know, a lot of us around here want to keep Loudon small. Again, we're okay with housing development of lower density residential, but we're not okay with M1 manufacturing out there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's see, Mike Cole? All right, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. And my name is Mike Colacone. I'm at 1523 James Ridge Road in Loudon. I'm here to oppose any consideration by this planning board to accept the plan of services regarding 176 acres owned by Mr. Barnett. I sincerely hope this board will listen to the residents that reside in this area and about this property. Mr. Barnett has attempted to have this property annexed and rezoned on 11/1/23. This planning zoning board denied it. At Mayor Harris's direction, another hearing was ordered because the original hearing lacked a plan of services. It was then suggested that a new application would not be for M1 but for R2 residential. However, the application never materialized. Now, 2 years later, here we are again with another Barnett application for M1. Ladies and gentlemen, the land is currently zoned in the county for 1 house per 5 acres and was purchased 20 years ago by Mr. Barnett with that zoning in place. If Mr. Barnett went to the county and asked for 2 homes per 5 acres, I would be the first to support that effort at a county hearing. This land has appreciated in value over the last 20 years just as it is and would render Mr. Barnett a sizable profit. Instead, he shows no regard for surrounding homeowners that purchased their property with savings, not windfall profits, and abided by the current zoning. Mr. Barnett's actions are unconscionable and lacks empathy for the neighbors in Loudon County as a whole. He has the option of developing this property, as many did under the county zoning. Some points I'd like to make: Dry Valley Road is not conducive to high levels of commercial traffic, nor is it appropriate for a traffic of 600 homes. It is a narrow, winding, hilly county road that is currently posted with prohibiting commercial vehicles. Any thought of industrial building would produce traffic, previously mentioned, as well as light, noise, and odor pollution. Loudon County has requested the city to decline this annexation of this property and believes this property is not contiguous with the city limits. There are several properties owned by Mr. Barnett's company on Highway 72 that are suitable for commercial building and traffic, so why hide one on a hidden county road? The water supply is already an issue in our area. There are several breaks in James Ridge Road or estates that needed repair, and water pressure is affected with more construction. Utility runs and poor road access should be enough to deter this approval. I have a concern for residents, the safety of residents, and my city law enforcement brothers and sisters who belong to the same FOP lives that I do. As many agencies have had to become reactive instead of proactive due to manpower shortages and resources, so I question the city's ability to sustain that service, and I disagree with the report stating no additional manpower is needed. In fact, it is recommended that 2.5 to 2.7 officers are needed for every 1,000 population. So the department should consist of 18 to 19 officers according to the 7,000 population in the city of Loudon. Meaning you would have to add another 7 to 8 FTE, and that number may increase with the amount of population that increases as well in the city. The report seems to ignore the need for more schools if residential zoning is approved. That affects both city and county taxes. The report also touches on the need for more affordable housing. Has anyone looked at the home and land prices lately? Right, 2 lots next to me sold for $100,000 each. Right. Tennessee National advertises lots for $99.9 on their billboard right here on 72. Homes on Summer Glen 4 years ago sold between $186,000 and $225,000 and have recently resold in the range of $450,000 to $500,000 range. New apartments in Lenore City average $1,500 to over $2,000 a month. Affordable? It doesn't look that way to me. Some of you may be aware of the HB House Bill 1890 and Senate Bill 207 were recently enacted into state law and signed by Governor Lee. It is referred to as the Farmland Preservation Act. It says, and I quote, by Representative Grills, currently Tennessee is ranked 3rd in the nation for lost land to non-agricultural development. To prevent future loss and to help support our farmers, the Farmland Preservation Fund will allow agricultural landowners to place their land into an agricultural easement that states that their land will only be used for agriculture and for agriculture-related development. It seems ironic that cities feel the need to create urban sprawl and desecrate rural communities when the state legislature and the governor want to avoid non-agricultural development. I implore you folks to deny this annexation and plan of services and ask Mr. Barnett to settle this matter with Loudon County in terms that are equitable to the surrounding homeowners and still allow Mr. Barnett a sizable profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Jim Self, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jim Self. I live at 1674 James Ridge Road, which is the subdivision adjacent to the subject property. In thinking about the application and the annexation and rezoning, I looked up the purpose of the zoning code, which I have here, and I'm sure y'all have seen it. You may not have read it lately, but I think it's instructive to see some of the terms and the purpose of the annexation and zoning. The zoning regulations and districts as herein set forth have been made in accordance with a comprehensive plan for the purpose of promoting the public health, safety, convenience, order, prosperity, and general welfare of the community. They've been designed to lessen congestion in the streets, to secure safety from fires, floods, panic, and other dangers, to provide adequate light and air, to prevent the overcrowding of land, to avoid undue concentration of population, to facilitate the provision of transportation and sewer, water, schools, parks, and other public requirements. They've been made with reasonable consideration, among other things, as to the character of each district and its peculiar uses, with a view of conserving the value of buildings and encouraging the most appropriate use of land throughout the city. So I didn't make this up, this is your document. I would submit that this application fails in at least 3 areas, maybe more, that I want to mention very briefly. One is that the applicant in this meeting prior stated to this group that he has no intention of developing the property. He intends to resell it. In a later meeting, the applicant confirmed that by saying he was not sure if he would develop it or not, which is the same as saying his first position is it leaves him open just to resell it. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that the application itself states an M1 use or an M1 classification. An M1 classification is not a use of the property. It's a general classification, which I'll mention in just a minute. The second point is it obviously does not reduce congestion in the area. The third part is it does not conserve the value of existing buildings, namely homes in the area. If you've been on Dry Valley Road or you look at the map, it's easy to see that everything west of Dry Valley in that area is either agricultural or residential. There's no commercial out there. So to be consistent with what zoning and annexation is all about, that property needs to remain either residential or agricultural. So that's what we would like to see. And I would also point out that James Ridge subdivision is not the only group affected. My guess is there's some other folks here around this property that are affected and maybe going to speak. So I think it fails in those areas. The application itself is a bit vague because it does not state a use. I want to read to you the uses that are permitted in M1, very briefly. Agricultural processing, truck terminal, textile mills, lumber and wood manufacturing, chip mill, rubber and plastics, stone and clay, fabricated metals. It doesn't mention a mushroom plant, but I assume it could have another mushroom plant. There are lots of things that would be very undesirable in a residential area. So we're opposed to that, and that's why I came to this meeting today. I've read the staff report. It's not a bad report, but it still has some gaps in it. It does not address what it would cost to upgrade Dry Valley Road and upgrade the interstate bridge if it doesn't allow for major truck traffic through there. So I think there are still some gaps that need to be addressed. a great deal of the staff report has to do with money. And with most issues, if you want to know what the issue is really about, you follow the money. And there's 14 pages in this report about money, capital expense to the county, to the city, revenues to the city. So there's not much in the purpose of annexation and rezoning, which I just read, having to do with money. It has to do with preserving the character and nature of the community. So I would ask you to do that. I would ask that you deny this application because it does not meet your purposes and it certainly doesn't meet ours. Thank you.
Did I, if I may, did I understand you correctly to state that a residential use is a use that would be acceptable to you?
I would not be opposed to low-density, single-family residential use of the property. I would be opposed to something that looks like Queener Road, where, you know, there's like 15 feet between buildings and the air conditioners are touching each other. I would be very opposed to that or anything that looks like that. But something that looks more like James Ridge subdivision, where you've got, you know, a couple of acres per lot, I wouldn't be here opposing something like that.
Thank you. Cody Malton.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Cody Maupin. Last name is spelled M-A-U-P-I-N, and I live at 200 James Ridge Road in James Ridge Estates, which directly adjoins the 176 acres being proposed for annexation and rezoning today. I want to start off by expressing my strong opposition to this request, not merely out of resistance to growth, but out of concern for responsible and sustainable growth that protects the safety, character, and livability of this community. I was born in Loudon in 1982. I grew up in Lenore City. I went to an elementary school that had the best dang principal in the history of elementary school principals you've ever seen. When my family chose to move to this area in October of 2024, it was because of the peaceful rural landscape and the quiet atmosphere that defines this county. My family and I were drawn here for the open space and the country setting. The existing zoning for this property, 1 home per 5 acres, reflects that balance. It protects the natural beauty and tranquility that define our neighborhood. If this land is annexed into the city and rezoned for manufacturing, all of that will change. Industrial development would bring heavy commercial traffic, including semi-trucks and equipment, onto small county roads that were never designed for that kind of use. If you've driven down Dry Valley Road lately, it can be scary. I drive normal-sized cars, and the turns and just the width of the road, even when a normal car passes you, makes me a little nervous. You know, semi-trucks are not allowed on that road as it is, so I can't imagine that a manufacturing zoning would make that safe. The rezoning would create a lot of noise, light pollution, and potentially 24-hour operations right next to established residential areas. That's just simply not compatible with the way our community lives and functions today. The kind of zoning change would also put stress on local infrastructure and road safety. The area lacks the wide roads that I referenced, traffic controls and buffering that would be needed to support an industrial or residential site of this scale. It's not just convenient, it's dangerous. I understand that cities need to grow and attract business, but that growth has to be thoughtful and appropriately located. Manufacturing and heavy industrial operations belong near major highways and existing industrial corridors, which we have plenty, not beside family neighborhoods and small rural roads. Approving this rezoning would permanently change the identity of the area and reduce the quality of life for those who have already invested our lives, our homes, and our families. As it states in the annexation report, I quote, "The question decision makers need to answer is what decision serves the public interest and what are the likely consequences considering the capabilities of the city," end quote. My question to the decision makers is how important to them are the consequences for existing residents of the city, and if that outweighs or is more important than any potential and completely unknown future use of the property. I respectfully ask you guys to protect the integrity of the community and the safety of our current and longtime residents by denying this plan of services for the annexation and rezoning request. I appreciate your time, your service, and for listening to the residents who are directly affected by this proposal.
Thank you.
Haven't seen him in years.
Mhm.
Haven't seen him in years.
Let's see,
He's a good kid.
let's see, I think Leslie, is that Hoover? No, it says Prospect Church Road.
I didn't sign up to speak.
Okay, all right, gotcha, thank you. Dan Woodsey?
Jeff, would it help if I put the timer up so people know where they are?
That'd be great.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah, monitor, I'm sure. You haven't started yet.
Good idea. Thank you.
I'm Dan Woodby. We own 17 acres that are completely surrounded by this 180 acres. Our farm is zoned commercial or ag, and it is our forever home. So, we're asking you all to not let it be zoned commercial, because anything can go in there and it is gonna absolutely destroy the value of our farm. There's no way that it can't. I mean, his property touches every side of mine, so I am 100% surrounded by him. And I thought that we had put the commercial piece of this to bed last year. We had 2 or 3 meetings on that, and I thought that was denied. And that we were gonna talk about the residential going in there, and now this is kind of back up for the commercial. So I'm not sure where the confusion and separation on my part was on that. But, if it were 2 houses per 5 acres or 1 house per 5 acre, that'll raise the value of everybody's property, and it'll be very profitable for this man. That's a lot of money that can be asked for that. Currently, that would be about $250,000 to $300,000 per lot. So if you separate how many lots he could put in there on 180 acres, there's, I don't know, be greedy if you want to be greedy, but also do the right thing. Why are we gonna let commercial just keep going into residential areas? The Weigel's kind of slipped in, and it's down on that end, but it's not really in a residential piece, and the guys that sold the property are the guys that are living next to it. So that was their choice. But who knows what that could be coming in there. And I ask you all with all my heart to turn this down, because it'll just absolutely destroy us.
Can I ask just how long you've been on that farm?
13 years.
13 years.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
16.
Let's see, Mike Thompson?
16.
16.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mike Thompson. I live at 8880 Jim Dyke Road. I can see it. I live just across the ridge. If the power line that dissects this property, if you go with it, the TVA line, it goes through my backyard. Nonetheless, here I stand in opposition. As we've talked before, I ask that you please wait about any recommendations with impending lawsuits and litigation happening up towards Lenore City, and an incident that's much this same way. Here we are. I've been there for 40-something years. I married a family that was roots to Loudon County. Recently, my daughter, son, and their 4 children purchased in this James Ridge subdivision against my better judgment, but it wasn't my call to make. Their property borders up with this property that we speak of today. I go there regularly now. It pleases my heart to see my grandkids in the yard playing with other kids and residents of the James Ridge properties. It hurts my heart to think that we will surround it with this type of stuff to where they can't get out of the yard. Now, you've heard all the things that you didn't want to hear from me again, and so I won't go there. But certainly, we've talked to this commission before. You didn't recommend it. We're back at it again. I've looked at the plan of service. I've seen enough applications for funding and grants and all that I know that those type of things can be slanted to put a happy face on it. But I made a plea before that the city of Loudon needs to take care of the city of Loudon as it is before we expand. And I don't live in the city, and I have no ill will towards the city. I have no ill will towards Mr. Barnett in connecting the dots with his plea last time we met. I've connected the dots that I used to work for his uncle at the age of 12. I helped build houses in Sweetwater, Tennessee for his uncle in the city. I used to sell his aunt Coke bottles when you get a return on them. So I know his family. So again, I don't offer no ill will to Mr. Barnett. He's out to make a dollar. I'll leave it at that. I appreciate your time. I'll be back.
Right, Jim, is that V-I-O-X?
Yeah.
Yeah, sir, please.
Thank you for being here, for your service. We really do appreciate what you have to do. It's very responsible. Thank you for that, and so do these folks. My name is Jim Viox, V-I-O-X. I have 80 acres that adjoins the 170 or 80 acres that this investor has. I have lived there for more than 27 years. I have 7 kids. I have 3 biological sons and 4 adopted kids that I raised on that farm. And I work them like mine mules, and they're all responsible young people now. I begged one of my biological sons to move into Loudon County several years ago, and he did. Then I begged another one of my sons to move here with his wife and family, and he did. I have no objection whatsoever to growth. I have no objection to these people making money. That's what we do. We go to work to make money, and so they're entitled to their investment and a return on their investment. I do have a problem with coming into my neighborhood and putting something undesirable in that neighborhood with someone that's simply going to sell the property as an investment and go off and never come back to this county or never come back to that area again. I have a problem with that, respectfully. Nothing personal. I don't even know the man, nor do I care. He has a right to do whatever he wants to do. However, when it comes to what is in the best interest of that area, we both have a responsibility to speak up if it doesn't seem right and to approve or not approve it if it doesn't seem right. I'm about done. So, okay, I just want to let everybody know here that Cody, who spoke earlier, his boys come down to my farm, and they're just little guys, and they come down to my farm, and they caught bass that big, have they not? I got pictures of them, and they go absolutely crazy. They're free to do that. It's a nice neighborhood. I live behind James Ridge. And I just pray that you all make a really good, responsible decision in that area, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. So the list that I have does have a couple more names, but if I'm reading this correctly, that's for other topics. But I do want to be sure, is there anyone else that wants to speak on this before we wrap this up?
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, please.
My name is Heidi Woodby. I also own 18 acres that adjoin this property. And I am a registered nurse. My fear is with these potentials of putting factories and all that with the chemicals and trying to raise our children in this country setting, that you're bringing on, I don't know how to say it, it's it's not good. I see patients all the time that are born and raised around chemicals and factories and this and that, and they end up with cancers and lung disease and heart disease and this and that. We don't need that in our country. We need our family life. It should be number one. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Commission, you all have heard these people speak. I assume that's appropriate. I'd like to ask if you have any questions or follow-up questions on anything you've heard.
I only have a couple of comments. There's been a couple of inferences about.
No.
Okay,
Your
I'm
guys'
not-
comments are during,
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
okay.
All
There'll
right.
be plenty of time for it.
Okay.
In the agenda.
I'll make my comments.
sorry,
I need to keep to my guidance.
sorry.
Document. No, you're good. Thank you. Okay, so essentially, we're finished and I need to formally close this.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. So we'll now close the public hearing on Dry Valley Road. No further public comments can be accepted. The recommendation will be made during the Regional Planning Commission meeting and then prepared as a report and recommendation to City Council. City Council is where the final decision and vote will be made. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
All right. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're closed. All right, thank you. So we're ready to start the Regional Planning Commission. We want to take 5 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes. We're gonna start back up. So if anybody needs to make a quick hit stop, please do so.
Is it labeled? Did I turn it on? Well, we had the hand on one I just turned it on.
Be a long way. All right, I'd like to call the regular meeting of the Loudon Regional Planning Commission to order. Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Debbie Hines, Kevin Bookout,
Here.
Dennis Brennan,
Here.
Ham Carey,
Here.
Tim Dixon,
Here.
Tim Henley, Brandon DeBoer.
Here.
David Mears.
Here.
Clayton Pangle.
Here.
And Scott Wilson.
All right, thank you. So we're gonna start with approval of the minutes from the October 1st meeting. Has everyone had a chance to review them? And is there a motion? Have a motion?
A second.
Have a motion and a second that they be approved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, thank you. So our agenda you have in front of you. Just want to make sure that that is set. So are there any requests to amend or modify the agenda?
I'll make the motion to be approved.
Okay, have a motion.
A second.
All right, all in favor of locking the agenda down, please state aye.
Aye.
Very good. So we now have public comments, is that correct? Okay, so public comments for anything that is on the agenda. Is that okay? Very good. So we open the floor for public comments on anything that hasn't been covered already that's on the agenda. So this would be for, as you look at the new business, this would be for the traffic signal for racetrack, correct?
Yes.
It would be for the oak at Sparrow Valley. So for either of those, if there's, so, let's see, Tommy Settlemeyer, are you here? He may have had to go to work.
He did.
Okay, Tommy did, okay. Ben Mullins.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just a point of clarification, my name is Ben Mullins. I actually represent the applicant. Do I speak during the public comments or do I speak during the application? That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure so I signed up, so thank you very much.
all right. So, I think we had someone else that was wanting.
Melissa Clark, I represent Waggles, 3100 Waggles Lane, Powell, Tennessee is our home office. And as a former town administrator, I sure don't envy the position you guys are in today, making some tough decisions. And I'm gonna ask you to consider the consequences of some of the changes to the proposed traffic on Highway 72 to our existing business and store that's been here for quite a while in Loudon. I've got a letter just from our CEO that kind of outlines some of our concerns.
Thank you.
Obviously, we are extremely concerned about the amount of traffic that will, if this traffic signal is approved as proposed, will impact our store. It will go across our parking lot, causing congestion in our parking lot, causing the traffic to queue up in the line for our parking lot. And while we love to be located at traffic lights, our stores have to be designed as such so that it doesn't impact the congestion on our lots. Obviously, convenience stores only work if they're convenient, and if it's full of traffic that isn't there for the convenience store that we operate, it will cause us tremendous issues as we go forward. There is an easement. I know that some of this was talked about in the city letter between the city and the engineer. We've kind of identified some of those. There is an easement, but it is only to Bojangles. It does not allow the traffic from the hotels, the Wendy's, or Rocky Top to come through our parking lot. A traffic light at that location would require any left turns from those businesses to come through our parking lot. Obviously, we have some on-site safety impacts on how that will congest us with the queue and how that additional traffic will impact us. I feel like we need to spend a little more time on this traffic study, doing a little more research on what that impact would be. And we haven't really seen anything from TDOT that says they are requiring any such closure. So we ask at this time that you deny the request for the amended traffic study. And we are more than willing to work with the town of Loudon. We've indicated we would do an MOU, participate in any kind of corridor study in the area. We understand your need for safety and we want to be a partner in that. It's important to us that our customers are safe as well as they enter in and out of our store. But we just don't think this is going to be what will be the best for the entire existing businesses that are there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I believe John Anderson has signed up.
Just with the applicant.
Okay, all right, got it. So anything else on the Oak Valley Matlock? Very good. So we're now gonna proceed with old business. So let's start with application number 178. Review of a proposed annexation and plan of service for 448 Holt Drive. Applicant and property owner Ruth Diane Oler, tax map 040P, Group A, parcel 008.00, R1, low density residential district. So, at the October 13th workshop, City Council returned the plan of service back to us, requesting that the commission make a recommendation to approve or deny, and that we provide information for the staff to prepare a report to the City Council regarding annexation with the requested R1 zoning. So that's what we've been requested. We'll follow the same process for the next two annexation applications on today's agenda. So staff, if you would, could you please summarize your findings and recommendation on this application?
Sure, and that the applicant is also here, Ms. Oler, if you'd like to speak on the matter as well. Join us at the podium at this time. And we'll also provide a summary of the report that accompanies the application.
That'd be great, thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Ruth Oler. I live right now at 448 Holt Drive, Loudon. It's a little bit hard to find right at the moment. If you write it on your GPS, it'll send you somewhere else. But hopefully we'll get that all straightened out as this proceeds on. I moved here, it will be 3 years ago, and from Texas. My husband passed away there, and my family lived here. Originally, my grandparents lived in Cloud Creek, which is over by Morristown. I had looked for several years for an acreage up here, and I ran across one just about at the time I needed to be moving, and this was available. I purchased it with the idea that my family and I could be together on a 5-acre plot. We were told there was no restrictions at the time we closed, but I didn't define what restrictions were. It meant that I could have my house, plus if I was willing to have my son's house sit in there close by, we could run like a walkway between the two of them in the event that I became disabled. The other alternative then was if I went to the nursing home, he could tear that down and put in another house if it wasn't big enough for him. Part of this was not in my original letter to the council, but neither one of those seemed to fit into our lifestyle because I had 2 grandchildren that also wanted to have a place there. So we gave up on the county trying to make any changes there and went into the city hall and sat down with the mayor. He was very, nice with us and very cooperative, to find out if we could by any chance annex into the city, because we had city property all the way around us. He said we just have to work through our applications and see what came of that. So we have done that for the last 2 years. I've been to every county and every city office in the area, asking questions and trying to see what we could put together. Finally, we've come to this point where we made an application to annex the 5 acres. It's nothing but grassland, plus my house was a trailer, and we've converted that over into a regular house. We're not finished with it because we just stopped where we were at. We didn't know if we were gonna even be able to go ahead and finish what our plans were. I had the surveyor do a new survey that showed how we could attach the land with 3 acres, 3 plots. There's 2 of them at the top there that are 2 acres apiece. The bottom part is where my home is, and it's at 1.2 acres. You can't tell by that map there because it's pretty small, but there's 100 foot of Holt Drive, that comes up to the very front of my trailer. And so that gave us enough place there, we could put a driveway in and send it back to those other 2 lots that are at the back. So that was where we're at right now. The city has worked with us very, very much on this, and everything that we asked, they've provided, and it's come out very well. Anyway, we're just at this point now where we're asking for this annexation to go through so that we can proceed on, and I can bring my family out there with me.
Okay.
So
So
we thank
just
you
to
for your time.
clarify, you're asking that this be approved?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Any other
Olive.
questions?
I'll support, her testimony with, kind of summarizing the contents of the report, and asking you some questions at the end that are related to, the plan of service, and, the information that needs to be, contained in that. As she alluded to also, it's about a 5 acre, property. The plan is to subdivide, the land into 3 lots, for single-family homes that their family would occupy. The request is for R1, low-density residential zoning. The property is in your planning region, within the urban growth boundary, and is consistent with other land use planning associated with those items. And we're not currently aware of any conflicts that the proposal would have with other planning documents or policies that are in place. Property is located at the end of Holt Drive, which is kind of a suburban, rural, residential street southwest of downtown. Borders the current city limits, situated south of 72 and west of Lee Highway. Areas characterized by wooded lots, open fields, and scattered family homes. Some recent residential developments, but ultimately the R1 is consistent with R1 zoning to the east and R2 zoning, multifamily residential to the north. Some of the financial impacts to note, as a city does the business and adopts the plan of service to extend services to the property. The report analyzes fiscal impact of the annexation, noting that no major capital or operating costs are anticipated for the city or the utilities. For city services, the city departments report that they're sufficiently equipped and staffed to extend services to the property. Those include public safety, sanitation, Public Works, without needing additional resources. The city would generate approximately $3,570 annually in property tax revenue, assuming an assessed value of $400,000 for each of the homes developed on the site. For businesses related to Loudon utilities, existing gas, water, sewer, and electric utilities are available near this area. The property owner, who we've informed, any extension of those services beyond normal tapping services, things of that nature, would be, the owner would be responsible for as an aid of construction. That would come up to an agreement of the owner paying the utility a set amount and then arriving at a timeline for those services to be provided. The city anticipates generating nominal revenue from the fees associated with any permitting or the utility rates. So kind of giving you an idea of where it is, a little bit of the business related, city and utilities business related to the planning service. Wanted to read a portion of Tennessee code that's related to planning services, to just indicate what's supposed to be included. So the planning services shall include, but not be limited to, police protection, fire protection, water service, electric service, sanitary sewer service, solid waste collection, road and street construction and repair, recreational facilities and programs, street lighting and zoning services. It also requires us to report to the school system. The city doesn't operate a school system on its own, the county does. So we're required in Tennessee code to notify them. Since the city council has set a public hearing date of their own associated with the ordinance and resolution that's associated with this action, the notification letter has already been sent to meet that requirement. For the next items on your agenda, that'll be a little bit different, so you may want to note that here. But it has happened for this one, since we're coming back to you just to get this level of detail. I think you can see that we're trying to give you this information to help us prepare this detailed report specific to the plan of services. So having read these sections for you, I'd like to ask you to consider the following details as you make a motion for a recommendation to City Council to approve or deny. We'll then prepare that report to include what the applicant spoke about today, her testimony, as well as anything from the crowd. We didn't have any today, but for the next items, any public hearing and public opinion would be included in this report. And then any other recommendations that you might have as it relates to the plan of services. So some of the questions are, does the plan of service reasonably address the scope of services that I just read to you? And we've tried to look back at that. And so you had a copy of the plan of services in your packet. And there are a listing of those services, as well as building codes and a development item, also stormwater. So please feel free to kind of fact check us on that to be candid. And then if those are satisfactory, do you feel that the timeline that we're talking about is sufficient? So most of the services, police, fire, that will be extended on the effective date of annexation. So it's, yes, sir.
So if I may, just to clarify, this is the document that you emailed to us previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this isn't new or changed from what you previously sent?
No, sir.
Perfect, thank you.
And, so, in this list that you do have, it speaks of when these services will be available to the applicant. Most of those, like police and fire, happens the day, recorder and mayor sign the ordinance. Or when council makes it effective, rather. Those two things. And then others would be, if Ms. Aller needs, additional gas services or something that, is otherwise would require aid of construction or other items, that would be part of that process. It could be, I need this, it will cost this much, let's establish a timeline based on those very specific needs at that time. And you'll see that in the other annexations as well. But please feel free to stop me if any of this
From what I saw,
gives you pause.
the need for these 3 residences did not in any way require any major upgrades of any of the systems in that area. Is the way that I read that. Did I read that properly?
For this one, there isn't an anticipated need for extending anything.
Yes.
The others may, and so there's.
Right. No, that's specific to this.
Yes, sir. And, if they aren't immediately available, do you feel that those constraints are acceptable? Other questions would include, has the cost of extending the services been fully estimated, and is the funding identified? There's not a lot of capital costs on this one, but if you do feel that additional study may be needed for the provision of services, we'd certainly be happy to accommodate you. Are long-term maintenance and operational impacts of these extensions of service considered? In the report, I believe there's information about operational costs as well as capital costs. For, not in this context, but, or any other utility districts that affect provision of service that could require some interlocal agreement or something beyond what's being scoped here. The services that are listed in the plan that's on the screen there and that you've received are listed as being provided by either the city or Loudon Utilities. And so, as you kind of weigh those questions, if there's anything on the plan of service that concerns you, having read that to you, please let us know and we'll include that in the report.
Commission, any questions? Any
Just for clarification, not only for this, but the ones that are coming up, we don't annex property at this at all. We make a recommendation based on plan of services, that the plan of services are acceptable for requirements or our additions that we feel that further studies needed. Is that the thing that the action you're looking for on each one of these?
Yes, it's a recommendation on the plan of service.
Yeah.
And the report.
in the reports and any comments, I assume would be part of that. Here there were none, but with others we are to take into account comments.
Yes, sir, and the report that we'll prepare for city council will include those, whether you decide to approve or deny it. Her testimony, public hearing testimonies, and these reports that are in your packet.
All right, very good. So is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, and you want to state that motion?
A motion to approve the annexation.
Or not approve the annexation.
I'm sorry.
The plan of services, to recommend to the city, they make the decision on our recommendation of approval of the plan of services. Is that correct? And you don't have any additions? Correct, no additions.
So, but we do not make a motion on annexation?
A recommendation.
You're making a motion to make a recommendation to approve, maybe, yeah.
The motion is to
Thank you.
recommend the plan of services to the city council for annexation.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay.
That's right, that's what wording I was looking for.
So it's a recommendation.
It's to approve the plan of services for.
You get it? All right. So we have the motion.
I'll second.
In a second. All in favor of the stated motion, state aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
We'll do, a roll call. You might want a roll call vote, please.
Okay, so we've got Kevin Lookout,
Aye.
Ham Carey,
Here.
Tim Dixon,
Aye.
David Mears.
Aye.
Brandon DeBoer.
Aye.
And Clayton Pingle.
Aye.
Did I get everyone?
I'd like to say, thank you for spending 2 years of your time to educate yourself and
It's
come
been
before
a
us.
journey.
And I also thank staff for the detail that went in.
And just to be clear, you did not ask me, but I only, if it's a tie, since I'm chair,
Is that correct?
correct? That's what I understand.
No, I need to call Dennis.
You can vote.
I can vote.
And Dennis Brennan.
Thank you. All right. The motion carries unanimously. All right, moving on to new business, have 2 new items regarding annexation and plans of service. So we have the application number 176, review of proposed annexation and plan of service for Matlock Road East. Application and property owner Marcelo Uris, tax map 032, parcel 111.00, P1 professional and civil district. So, any comments from the property owner?
Mr. Ross?
Please.
I appreciate the time. I'll be brief. I'm a church minister. Give me a microphone, I'll talk forever. I moved to the United States so you understand a little bit better what we desire to do with the property. Let me tell you a little bit of background. I moved to the United States in 1999 for my studies. I have a master's and a doctoral degree in music from Indiana University in Bloomington. Currently, I am the traditional worship director for Cokesbury Church, UNC in Knoxville, and also the artistic director of the Oak Ridge Philharmonic Orchestra in Oak Ridge. Those are my music occupations now. But being a concert pianist, also have a love for piano. Both me and my wife is a piano teacher. In 2017, we decided to start a piano business, which we started out of our home, and it grew. My wife said, well, I cannot live with 22 pianos in the house. So we had to find a location, so we renovated a space at 925 Mulberry Street where we had Amy Piano store for 5 years. That experience was fascinating. We are a destination business, meaning people find us online and come to see the pianos we sell. The Amy Piano business basically does 3 things. I buy pianos that need renovating, overhaul. I'm a dilettante piano technician, but I also have technicians who work for me. I get these pianos that need new parts, need new strings improvement. I make them, bring them back to life. The second part of our business is the retail aspect of it. So we not only sell these pianos that we renovate, but we also sell pianos for the community, consignment, and all that kind of stuff. And some new pianos as well. And the third component of our business is the music school. My wife is a piano teacher. At one point we had 30 music students that she was teaching at the location on Mulberry Street. We left for 2 reasons. Actually the main reason why we left is that the building became not the most appropriate for us. It was hard for me to back the trailer into the front doors because I had to go across the street Mulberry and then back it out with a trailer. And as you know, sometimes that's very difficult. So that was one problem. The doors were a little narrow for us to be loading and unloading instruments that weigh a minimum of 550 pounds. So it was kind of difficult. And the second part is that we have about 2 or 3 recitals a year of the piano students, and we didn't have an auditorium. So I had to move several pianos by myself, making space so that we could have chairs for the parents of the children that came to enjoy their children playing the piano and showcasing what they learned. So the desire grew in both my heart and my wife's heart for us to have a property that we would own and that would be appropriate. And as you certainly know, commercial properties, not only they are extremely expensive to buy, but it's hard to find one that would fit the 3 components of our business without major renovation, and that would be appropriate for the community, for us, and all the implications of that. So the desire in our heart grew to build a facility. And for that purpose, we decided to look for land. We found this land on Matlock Bend and Corporate Drive, actually. So we have frontage to those 2 streets. It's a good size property, 9 acres. So we would like to build a facility there with a minimum of 5,500 square feet that would allow us to have all the convenience to conduct our business. And that's something that would be beautiful, something we'd be proud of. We do business between purchases and sales. I've done business in 25 states so far. And also the region is very beautiful. I mean, to have a music school in that kind of setting would be just fascinating. So I kindly and humbly request that the commission would recommend this property for annexation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sir.
Staff, if you would, please.
Yes, sir. In support of what he just stated, plan is to subdivide the property into 2 lots. It's currently 9.08 acres. Primary use would be the 5,500 square foot commercial building for the uses that he stated. The second lot would be for single family residence. The requested zoning is P1, professional and civic, which also allows for uses permitted in the R2 high density district. The property is in your planning region within the urban growth boundary and consistent with documents related to that. Staff is currently not aware of any conflicts with other planning documents or policies that would apply. Property is located at the intersection of Purple Park Drive and Matlock Bend. It's a transitional edge between rural and light industrial land uses. The recent construction of the RV park, Jellystone, is near that area as well. Adjacent zoning is a mix of M1 to the east and west, and vacant residential A1 to the north and south. Landscape is, the site's currently undeveloped, kind of rolling terrain with a mix of wooded and some cleared area. As far as the financial impact that's shown in the report, it assumes, like the previous application, property value of $400,000 for the residential house, $300,000 was assigned for the commercial building. Annexation is expected to generate revenue and not require significant capital costs from the city. The city revenue, the annexation is anticipated to generate approximately $1,190 annually for the residential portion and $1,500 for the commercial building. City would receive nominal fees from application, permitting, and other parks and rec rental fees and things like that. As far as city services are concerned, departments report that they're sufficiently equipped and staffed to provide services, including public safety, building and codes, parks and recreation, without additional resources. The report does note an estimated $58,000, roughly almost $59,000 in capital costs for asphalt resurfacing of Matlock Bend Road. That's annualized to about $5,800 over a 10-year period. It's just a portion of the road that would be annexed along with the property that would be part of any other resurfacing project that the city might undertake. Loudon Utilities has gas, water, sewer, and electric utilities that are existing near the property. As with the previous application, owner would be responsible for tapping fees, anything above and beyond the existing distribution mains or electrical distribution. An aid of construction would be required. This is expected to generate nominal revenue otherwise for the city. As before, we'll move on to a plan of service evaluation. In light of what is provided in the report, what the applicant has provided, we'll again read a piece of Tennessee code that describes the plan of service, which shall include but not be limited to police protection, fire protection, water service, electrical service, sanitary sewer service, solid waste collection, road and street construction and repair, recreational facilities and programs, street lighting, and zoning services. The city doesn't provide school, doesn't have a school system. Therefore, we'll need to notify the county within 30 days of city council public hearing. And we would do that once that hearing date is set, and we move forward with it, should everybody choose to move forward with the application. Having read these sections, we again request that you consider these questions and details for us to compile the report. Just want to make sure that you feel that the plan of service reasonably addresses the scope of services to be provided, and that they will be delivered in a timely manner. If they're not available on the effective date of annexation, that you feel that the language and constraints or provisions in the plan of service would otherwise provide it as native construction with an associated cost and timeline, and that does the utilities and departments have sufficient capacity for the annexation? If not, are provisions made for in the plan? Examples of that again are owner provided. In other applications, that would be developer provided or developer funded. And has the cost of extending these services been fully estimated? And is that funding identified? I'll pause if you have any questions.
I have a question about the plan of service, the capital cost. Why would this be much different than the Holt Drive capital cost? We don't have any blacktop that's already added into that capital cost. And we would acquire 100 feet of road frontage on Holt Drive, but this one, we do have it listed.
The road frontage at Holt Drive is, we understood to be new. If there is a cost associated with that, it would be much less than what's listed in this report, just because of the linear footage of frontage for this one. We excluded Corporate Park Drive because we were already including that in city paving budgets before. The last time we paved Corporate Park Drive, we paved that very frontage. I believe we have frontage or property in other right-of-way in that area, or it's just such a small gap that it just made better sense to pave the entire length there. So Matlock Bend is the only piece of this kind of dual fronted property that's considered in this one.
I got you.
I had a similar question because the annualized cost isn't recoverable based on the income the city will recover. Is that right? And it's a small amount that's there, but it is there. And I'm familiar with where the property is. I live in that general area. I don't know whether that road will end up having an additional annexation request that would drive that average cost down, so it's not just so unfavorable toward one person. But I think that it is something you need to call attention to the city. It is a reason for it. I don't think it's a big amount, but they just need to know the impact. It's an unusual track because it's got great access on two roads. No, I'm not trying to be unfair to him, or it's just the city needs to really know that.
Anything further? Any other questions?
I've got a couple more questions just to, if that's okay.
Yep.
Thanks, sir. So, just the last couple here, you had a question about that maintenance item or long-term maintenance and other operational impacts of these services considered. Any other, in this case, there aren't any other utility districts that would affect providing service as each of the items listed on, each of the services listed are either provided by the city or the utilities. So with that, if you have any other remaining questions or comments, we'd be happy to address those and otherwise include them in the report.
Anything further? All right. Looking for a motion.
Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and make the similar motion that we approve the presentation of the plan of services with that one notation about the differential income to the city on the road cost, and which should solve the problem for them to consider it for annexation.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion, I have a second.
I'll second.
We have a second. Can we do a roll call, please?
Kevin Bookout,
Aye.
Pam Carey,
Aye.
Tim Dixon,
Aye.
David Mears, Brandon DeVore.
Aye.
Clayton Pangle.
Aye.
And Dennis Brennan.
Aye. Very good, motion carries. All right, that moves us on to application number 177. It's the review of the proposed annexation and plan of service for Dry Valley Road. Applicant and property owner, Dry Valley Realty LLC, tax map 053 047 018.00 and tax map 053 047 018.00 M1 Light Industrial District. So we can start with the applicant.
Good afternoon. I am Robin Askew. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lewis Thomason, 900 South Gay Street, Knoxville. I am counsel to Dry Valley. Mr. Barnett is here with me. I think you're fairly familiar with Mr. Barnett and with this project, this piece of property. I apologize, I'm recovering from rotator cuff surgery because apparently Gigi isn't able to pick up a 50-pound 3-year-old. So, and I fell. So I apologize for not being as stressed up as I would normally be. This property was acquired by Dry Valley in 2000, 25 years ago, months after it was included in your urban growth boundary that was approved by the state and negotiated with Loudon County. This also is included in your long-range plan, your 20-year plan, as business manufacturing. That is the use that has been shown. That is why Dry Valley purchased this property for an investment purpose and long-range plans. Your urban growth boundary remains unchanged, and your 20-year land plan remains unchanged. It's my understanding that we're here today without a vote by the city to annex and provide you a plan of services, but that you're here to review the draft plan of services and provide a recommendation back to the city on annexation. This property is currently zoned agricultural, so whether it's used as residential or manufacturing or any other purpose other than agricultural, and it would have to come back before you. And so we have been here before, we are here again asking for you to carefully review and recommend the use that has been on the plans for over 25 years. I'd like to point out historically to you that the city of Loudon and Dry Valley have worked together very, very well over the years. Dry Valley gave the city at a very, not gave, let me back up and say, at a very attractive price, land for a water tower. Thereafter, when the subdivision, in which many of the folks who are presently opposed to this project or rezoning and annexation, when that was being developed, Mr. Barnett actually gave that developer a sewer easement so that he could build lots that were serviced by sewer and have larger lots that perked and had septic tanks. So a lot of folks have benefited from the generosity and the long-range plans of Dry Valley. So the recommendation before you comes with this draft plan of services, and I would note that a lot of the concerns which are legitimate about traffic are going to be addressed at that point in time when you have before you an actual use, a user who comes to you and says, here's my building, here's my access, here's the amount of traffic I expect to generate. And what this says in number 8 of your plan of services is that the city will require the owner to provide a transportation impact analysis or infrastructure improvements. That's almost always the case with an owner and or a developer who wants to improve a piece of property. And so we are here today to ask you to support a recommendation to get this back to the city and let them consider it. And that if we are here, if you have questions.
Questions?
I did, this was, goes to my comment I was gonna make earlier. I wanted to make a point of clarification. My first planning commission meeting was when this came up over a year ago. And I didn't remember that we voted on it, and we didn't. If I'm correct, and I checked it at our little break, this was tabled by Mr. Barnett at the meeting. So the question involved, why was this coming back again? Well, the rights of any person can bring something that's been tabled back before a body again at a later date. That's not anything about the merits, but that's just a clarification of why we would be listening again. The other thing was related about no planning, and I think you you addressed part of that. I've been involved in a lot of development. I have argued unsuccessfully for 15 years to update our urban growth boundary and our land use plans for the whole county. It's a political hot potato.
Yeah.
And not any city council or county commission wants to, because they're elected, they don't want to address it. So it's drug on and on and on and become somewhat stale. But people that weren't here when it was done don't even consider it being an active planning process. But there were good citizens that lived here. I was not a member of any of those things that devoted hours and hours of time to come up with that. The cities use it as their basis of where they can expand to. And so this is an area that was an expansion possibility for the city. It didn't mean they could automatically do it. They had to do certain things that's required by the state and by the city charter and with the county. But urban growth plan was done in conjunction with both the counties and all the cities of our county. Right now we are seeing an explosion in a demand for uses of all type. This is not an elected body here. We're all citizens trying to balance what we know is the proper planning steps. So we're reacting in that mode to these things. The other thing that's in common is a land use plan was also developed about the same time. And that land use plan hasn't changed. I've been reassured that now both Loudon and Lenore City are moving forward to institute a program to review urban growth plans, urban growth boundaries, land use plans for their communities. I hope they follow through with that. It's needed by the citizens. But I'd ask all of you, I can tell how interested you are in your area, but I want you to be interested if that ever comes about, because there'll be a bunch of public hearings. That's when you can really have an input about the future. My future time here is about up. I'm aging out, but you all aren't. So please come back and participate at that activity and at that level, because it won't be an easy process. But anyway, that's my 2 cents. But I wanted to clarify those things about things that go into evaluation are not just our strict planning rules. It's also based on other studies. Our region has also had 2 regional plans in my lifetime here. And one of those was called 9 Counties, 1 Vision, and one was called Plan ET. I went to the meetings on all those. The reaction by our elected officials, we don't want somebody on a regional basis telling us what to do. They projected the very growth that we're experiencing, and we ignored it. So I didn't mean to be on my soapbox, but
So thank you for your comments, commissioners. Any other questions, comments?
Could we do our presentation first?
I'm sorry.
presentation.
If you don't mind, we have a presentation prepared prior to the motion. If that pleases the dais, we'll conduct that, and we can make this one more of a dialogue. There's something to present.
I do have some questions for them, but at what point is it proper for those?
If we could get through the nuts and bolts, or I suggest that we get through the nuts and bolts and kind of get that out there. We can save the discussion about the plan of service till the end, but maybe tell you the basis behind that plan of service. And then you can ask questions of us and the applicant, if that's okay with everybody.
That works for me, Commissioner.
Commissioners, my role is to introduce the staff report. I might introduce myself for the benefit of the audience. For many years, technical planning advice was given to this planning commission by people from state or regional planning agencies. Several months ago, those services were terminated, and the city cast about looking for help to provide advice until they could employ someone as a permanent staff member. I'm that outside advice. My name is James Spencer. I began my planning career in my hometown of Jackson, Tennessee in 1961. So I've been at this for a while. I have worked as a planner in cities large and small. I served for 8 years as a member of the Planning Commission in Knoxville, Knox County. And for 35 years, I taught graduate classes at the University of Tennessee on city planning. So I've been to a few public hearings. The purpose of this staff presentation is to refresh commissioners on the information that's already been provided to you in writing, to create a report, a public record in the minutes of this meeting, and to inform the audience. As you will see in the slide, this all began in August of 2022, where the request for this rezoning was presented, and with a request that the property be rezoned M1. And it has had a eventful history since that time, going over some period of time, and has been renewed and is now current as an application before this commission. During this intervening period, Loudon County Commissioners have communicated to the city their formal opposition to this annexation. That opposition was recorded in October of 23. In December of 24, I was asked to prepare an annexation report. If you want to target someone to blame for that report, I would probably be the first person to be nominated. I was soon joined by City Engineer Michael Hogan as a co-author, especially with respect to managing the numbers. The department heads of the city contributed data about the impacts of annexation with respect to their specific departments. And the recently appointed city planner Laurie Sear prepared graphic representations and plan of service materials. In summary, what's being presented is a product of collaboration among a broad range of city staff people. You will know, you already know, and will see in this report that it has been prepared in terms of 4 different development scenarios. Why did we do that instead of just talking about what was requested? We knew that there would be concern from affected people. We knew that alternatives would be suggested, and we knew that if we presented alternatives, it would be a way for the commission to contemplate not only the differences in the kinds of impacts, but the differences in the extent of those differences. So that's why you have 4 scenarios. The numbers that you're going to see in these scenarios are not predictions. No mortal that I know can predict with accuracy what's gonna happen 3, 5, 20 years into the future. These numbers represent the best attempt we can make to forecast what is likely. That's to provide this commission with a plausible basis for deciding something. It should be recognized, I think all of us know, that an issue like this generates emotions and opinions, and those are genuine and legitimate. But it's also important to remember that there are actually some facts, and it's important that you remember these facts. You are a regional planning commission for years, and this property is within your planning region, and it's also within the growth boundary required by Public Chapter 1101. There is an adopted land use plan and growth plan adopted by Loudon County, Lenore City, Loudon, and other entities within this county. The request that's proposed is consistent with recommendations in that adopted plan. The staff is not currently aware of conflicts between what the petition requests and any officially adopted plan or policy. It can be shown that the question has been raised, this property is not contiguous with the existing corporate limits. In this map, it's demonstrated how by annexing right-of-way of the interstate highway, the annexation can be made contiguous to the tract in question. And this is not contrary to TDOT policy. When the county objected to this petition, the comment was made that it would constitute spot zoning. We're not here to debate that point in extent today, but as someone who has spent decades living with and thinking about and teaching about zoning, it's my opinion that it is not spot zoning, and I would state that in more detail in whatever form it was appropriate. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Michael Hogan, who's going to get down to nuts and bolts.
Yeah. As Mr. Spencer mentioned, there's 4 scenarios. Each contemplates the first 2, M1 light industrial, one is manufacturing, the other is warehousing. The 3rd and 4th are both R2 high density residential. One would be apartment development, and the other single family. Some of the numbers associated with those, scenario number 1, a manufacturing plant could have a building footprint, given the topography and other factors on the site, of about 1.4 million square feet, employing to approximately 500 workers. Scenario 2, a warehousing facility, building footprint of about 900,000 with 700 employees, high-density residential apartments, approximately 870 with about 1,500 residents. And likewise for single-family subdivision, 570 single-family homes, about 1,400 residents. And there would be about 32,000 feet of public right-of-way to be associated with that one. That's a note there. Some of the financial implications that go along with those scenarios. One-time in annual cost revenues for scenarios 1 through 4. Capital costs for utilities range from about 2.9 million to 5.5 million, depending on the scenario. M1 manufacturing facility would have the highest one-time capital cost at 5.5 million. Revenues, one-time revenues for permitting fees are the highest for residential, with a single-family subdivision generating an estimated $1.7 million. M1 manufacturing facility would generate about 95,000 in one-time revenues. Annual costs vary greatly depending on the scenario, with single-family subdivision having the highest at over 750,000, mainly due to future road maintenance that Commissioner DeBoer referenced earlier. Annual revenues from utilities and taxes vary widely. M1 manufacturing facility projects the highest total annual revenue at over 7.7 million, surpassing other scenarios. The residential scenarios estimate lower but still substantial annual revenues ranging from 1.1 to 1.2 million. For gas, water, sewer, and electric, detailed financial projections are provided for 4 scenarios that also include capital costs, annual operating costs, and revenues. For the gas department, M1 light industrial manufacturing has the highest projected capital cost of $1.2 million, with an anticipated payment by the developer as an aid of construction. So some of these costs associated with utilities would be borne by the developer. The other scenarios have substantially lower capital costs, ranging from $280,000 to about $725,000. Annual revenues for manufacturing has the highest revenue at about $1 million. R2 approximately $300,000, while the warehouse facility is projected to generate about $230,000. Water department capital costs for M1, both M1 scenarios are about $2.2 million. Residential has higher capital costs, ranging from $500,000 to $725,000. Annual revenues for the manufacturing and the single-family subdivision project would generate the highest annual revenue, about $137,000. For sewer manufacturing and R2 subdivision have the highest projected capital costs at $1.5 and $1.4 million respectively. The costs are anticipated to be paid by the developer as an aid of construction again. For R2 multifamily apartments, they also exceed $1 million, totaling about $1.3 million. Annual revenues there. Multifamily apartments generates the highest revenue at about $200,000, with single family generating similar numbers at about $150,000. For the electric department, there's an estimated capital cost of $530,000, and the residential scenarios estimate a capital cost of about $420,000. Both are anticipated to be paid by the developer as an aid of construction. Revenue for those would be $166,000 for the manufacturing, and others vary from around $150,000. So a summary of those reports, annual cost of revenue showing clear differences between the industrial and residential scenarios. M1 facility scenario 1 has the highest, has the lowest annual capital cost at $46,389. Highest annual revenue set for that scenario at $7.7 million. Conversely, for single-family subdivision scenario 4, it incurs the highest annual capital cost of $750,000, but has a lower annual revenue of $1.2 million. As part of the study, and as the applicant referenced earlier, some preliminary study was given to traffic, mainly to identify if the projected numbers would require a traffic impact study. Each of the 4 scenarios indicate that. So regardless of any zoning action, we would anticipate that further study and project-specific traffic analysis will be required. The report uses standard methodology to estimate daily and peak hour traffic data. The manufacturing facility, scenario 1, estimates about 3,700 weekday trips. The warehouse, about 1,400. Multifamily apartments, about 5,600. And the single-family subdivision, about 5,000 weekday trips. Both showing AM and PM peaks around 300 and 450, 500 for those peak hours. I'll pause for a minute if there's any questions related to utilities and before continuing on with some other roadway concerns that we can address.
I have a question for Mr. Spencer. In terms of, I want to make sure I understand the process of plaintiff services versus annexation again. I'm familiar with what I was told when I represented somebody for annexation in Lemoore City. And I don't know whether it's a universal thing, but the city can, if they have an adequate plan of services, they can choose to annex and designate the zone there. It's not up to the Plan Commission to determine that zone. Is that an incorrect assumption? Because I know you've got 4 scenarios here, so I assume the city has flexibility of picking the zone here if they were to pursue this, but I don't know.
I'm gonna be careful because I've got an attorney sitting right behind me. Think about this. Anytime a property comes up for a change of zoning within the existing city, the planning commission has to make a recommendation on it before the city council can change it. By the same logic, anytime property is taken into the city, at that moment, it's unzoned, it's not anything. So a zoning classification has to be attached to it. The planning commission makes a recommendation on that. So the planning commission makes a recommendation on whether or not to annex, on accepting the plan of services, and on the zoning classification.
So even though we didn't consider an R1 zoning,
I'm sorry?
even though one of the items that you have data for, you haven't included an R1 zoning that the city also has. I'm just asking, I'm not being argumentative.
we originally provided in the original annexation report, 4 scenarios were described. Under 2 zoning classifications, M1 zoning or medium density residential. We were then asked to provide an additional scenario for R1, which we did.
So, the formal request that I understood from the start was a request by the owner for to have this plan of services reviewed and a zoning of M1.
That's my understanding.
But as I understand it, that is not our only option.
Well, that was the purpose of my question. On the formal statement for the application that I saw M1, it's educational to see the impact of these other zones. But I understood it was focused on manufacturing to begin with. And I didn't know how we were going to make a recommendation of one of these other zones. I mean, does that make sense? I mean, I'm just trying to clarify for our minds.
Right, what our options are.
You're welcome, to discuss that as we get to the plan of service. That is an item. Item 12 is zoning and planning services. And, with any guidance from Attorney Fry, that could be a comment there. I have just a few remaining comments about the transportation. I know this is a lot of information, so we're just trying to make sure that it's shared, make sure that it's kind of part of the record to become part of the report to council. We could certainly revisit that and ask the applicant back up. As you consider that zoning, access might be a part of that. And that the next portion of the presentation here is about Dry Valley Road and some of the previous plans that were associated with transportation in that area. And as the land use plan and growth plan came together, where I think there's a slide for that.
Mr. Hovis, you don't have to backtrack. Can I just have one question regarding what you've already spoke about? On the fire and police side, would annexation of this property require the city fire and police department to be the primary service for that portion of the interstate? And I don't know if you know the answer to that question or if Director Brubaker might. Would law enforcement then have to work recs on the interstate during that section of property?
I would assume so, if annexed in, yes.
Thank you.
Certainly look into that more. And if you'd like, we could find out more information and compile that with a report.
Okay.
So if you want to continue and then.
Yeah, this is a lot, so I'm trying to give you as much good information as I can. So again, please stop me. I'll just have a few more things about the road itself. It currently is approximately 20 feet wide. The overall roadway section isn't suitable for industrial traffic. The width is, so some of the anticipated needs for currently without a formal report are kind of noted. So the roadway section, roadside drainage, double checking the height of the bridge, the intersection with Dry Valley and Robertson Springs comes at kind of an acute angle. It's not at a right angle. So I think some of those items, among others, would be addressed in a study. The developer would likely be responsible for the study and any recommendations that would come out of that study. At this time, a precise cost estimate won't be available until a specific project is there. So the city can't anticipate any participation funds or anything else until that work is complete. Another consideration, and again, this might apply to your zoning discussion. The use plan shows that it is a manufacturing zone as a strip along the interstate as a corridor. This is a preceding plan that staff was given between the course of being in city council and bringing it to you. It's seemingly the basis for that manufacturing zone. It shows connection kind of paralleling the interstate. So one consideration that could be suggested to commission as you comment on the plan of service, when we get to the roadway construction, ideally for this type of development, whether it's chosen by you or the council that it's residential or industrial, that interconnecting roads would be provided. Other roadways are landlocked, so some provision of right-of-way, whether that's just for current use for that particular site access, but also that it would consider this plan that had been in place to extend along that I-75 corridor. So just wanted to speak to that, bring that to your attention as you see that manufacturing zone and other things in the growth plan. And so that would, provide access to the site, accommodate extending city and Loudon utility services to it, and any other properties that are otherwise landlocked that can't receive services in any other way. So with that, we can have any other questions. That's all we had for kind of the report proper. The next section was planned to be based on evaluating the plan of service, which you've gone through 3 times now. I'll read it into the record, but if you just want to open it up to discussion and question, please feel free.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make one other brief comment, and I apologize for not saying this earlier. Members of the commission may feel stressed because you have in front of you a decision which is going to make one side of the room happy and another side of the room sad. No matter what you decide, some people are going to go away happy and some are going to be disappointed. Thinking about the purposes for which planning commissions were created, started in the 1930s, your role is not to favor one side or the other. That's not why you're here. Planning commissions were created in order to assure that when development decisions about a community were being made, there was somebody, some organization, some group of people thinking long-term about the future and what was best for the community as a whole in the future. I know those are fancy words and it's hard to bring them into reality. But that is why planning commissions were created. The map that was just up showing a 1996 concept for road extensions may not be a good idea. I'm not commenting about the reality, the virtue of that particular proposal. But what I'm suggesting is that in 1996, somebody was thinking about how to make real the concept of a development corridor down the side of the interstate, all the way from Dry Valley Road to Philadelphia. So the purpose of this commission is to think long range about the future welfare of the community as a whole, not just to decide in favor of one group or the other today. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Commission questions, discussion?
The biggest unknown for me is a honest statement we all have made. It involves the transportation and how the traffic is to be done. And I appreciate the work you put into the report that it should be the cost that's not borne by the citizens of Loudon County, but by the eventual occupiers of this land, no matter what the zoning is. But I think that's the most problematic decision. You given good advice that if I'm listening right, if this was, if the city decided to rezone this as M1, internal plans on the actual development is when the transportation plan would actually have to be done, and the expression used that the cost for those improvements that would be required, whether it be modifying the interstate passageway, for example, would fall most likely to the developer of the project or the end user if it was a manufacturing firm. Is that the justification that still protects the flow of funds and burden for the citizens of the city? In other words, that the city can reject a future plan if it doesn't, if the cost can't be done. So you've got a piece of property that's zoned, but nothing can be done with it.
That could certainly be, if there was any recommendations that might come out of a report or study of any type that the city can't fund, then, or has other competing priorities.
Or grants or anything like that.
Yeah. Those type of financial factors would have to be considered at that time.
So the owner developer is still at risk until that's determined.
I can't speak to risk, but that is an unknown until that time. Sure.
So the owner has requested annexation of this property and has requested that it be rezoned or be zoned M1. I guess just for clarification, is our only option to say yes or no to that request? You showed 4 options. I'm still not sure if we can pick any of those 4 or if we can go R1S, since that is zoning that's available. What can we do? What's our options?
Let's answer that from 2 different standpoints, and maybe Attorney Fry can handle the second one. The reason for the presentation of the zoning variations is to provide context. The request was varied between industrial and residential. It's also difficult to know what the amount of traffic that would be generated with there from a calculation without having something to compare it to. So some of it's basis of comparison. And during council discussions, they also asked about R1 and R1S. So there is a supplemental report there. It doesn't take the dive down into all the financials, but it does show that it's kind of a scaled from the other residential. So it shows the approximate number of homes, or I believe it's apartments that could be built under those two zonings. So that is the reason why it's presented to you that way. I think that Attorney Craft could maybe speak to decisions or your recommendation given the information.
What I'm trying to understand, Mr. Fry, is, and I'm just to throw out a scenario. If we said, hey, we'd like to, we would like it annexed, but we'd like it annexed as R1S, is that an option, or the only option is as M1?
The application and the plan of services is based on M1.
Okay.
So the plan of services would need to be drastically rewritten to accommodate R1S or R2. So the application is before the planning commission today is whether or not the planning commission recommends the plan of services as written.
For M1?
For M1.
Okay, so that's her question.
Right.
M1, yes or no?
Right, if that
Okay.
that passes or fails, then it will be up to staff to take your comments to city council.
Understood, thank you. I do have a question. Just took some notes during the presentation from the residents of that region. You know, a couple things were mentioned. I know one, I think maybe twice, it was stated that they understood, may be wrong here, but what I heard was that they understood that when it was withdrawn the last time, that it was stated that you would come back as a residential option versus the M1. Do you recall that?
At one time, at that first meeting, there was a good bit of opposition. And I said I would consider residential. So we considered it, had another meeting, and there was as much opposition because they wanted the low density residential. It's low or lower than what they have. I think it's as low as what they have, but still low. So they're back up on the way back from the interstate, up on the hill. And we're down in next to the interstate, down in a low spot. And we were going, this just doesn't work. So we went back and we said M1. That's what we've been after for 20 years. That's been the approach ever since Barry Baker and Mayor Sweeney and George Miller and everybody got together and said, this is the way we're going to do it. We've been pursuing down that road. They have a driveway that comes right out into Dry Valley Road, and right across from that's M1 zoning. They've never known it, but it's been there, right? So you have M1 zoning over there that we annexed into the city 20 years ago. That was the first piece we annexed. It's been there, but they didn't know it, but it's there. If we'd have done this 20 years ago too, we wouldn't be having this today. That subdivision'd still be there, but we wouldn't be having this presentation now. So we're just doing what we said we'd do a long time ago, and we worked lockstep to do this. We've spent money in other areas there. We really gave the land for the water tank. If we were thinking about residential, we wouldn't want a water tank there, but we gave it to the utilities. They gave us another year on an option on some property that they sold to Buckeye Corrugated eventually, but so we're just trying to do what we said we'd do, and we're hoping that the city would do what they said they'd do 20 years ago There's different people, there's different planning commission, different city council, different mayor, but we've always gone along in this lockstep, and that's what we'd like to do. Understand the angst, because it's unknown, you don't know what you're gonna get. But there are use on reviews on this thing as you go. So until you see it and it's there, you've got angst. I'd have angst, but that's just the way it works.
So looking at my notes, a couple other questions, just if I may. One individual brought up lights issue and visibility, seeing the warehousing is what I understood that you're talking about. So can you help me there?
Yes, I would like to address that. So in any zone, when you propose a use, you have to present a plan. Show the number of square feet, where there's gonna be green space, ingress, egress, and again, that's where the traffic comes in. In any traffic study, which would have to be done under any of these scenarios, it's gonna show number of trips and what it takes. Is the road gonna have to be widened? Are you gonna have to, I mean, I know you've thought about this, are you gonna have to give a lot of your land along the road for right-of-way, for decel, those sorts of things. And so lighting is in a building code where lighting would be addressed depending on the use. Does it have to be downturned? How many lumens can you get? Can it be facing this way? What's the distance that light spreads? So there's that, there's noise, there are all sorts of things when there is a specific use. So when you've just got the zoning, it's there, but I think, like you brought up, it could be that a user comes along and said, this is my plan, and the city says, nope, we're not gonna support that because you overburden the road, unless you pay for it, or you cannot pollute noise, air, light, or those other things. So that's when that bite at the apple comes along, is when there's a specific user.
I have a question on your comment about the rezoning. Is this the track up here in the top?
Top right. Yes.
Top right, the board.
155 acres.
And that's manufacturing and it borders driving.
M1, yeah. We got it annexed and rezoned a long time ago, M1. So same plan, same process.
Other questions? Yes, sir.
If there are no more questions, regardless of how you want to make a motion, I think it would be appropriate to make sure that the plan of service, because the report will still go on, whether or not you approve or deny it. If you're okay with that, I'll go through that portion of the process.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments from the applicant? Thank you. Just to read this portion again, the plan of services should include, but not be limited to, police protection, fire protection, water service, electrical service, sanitary sewer service, solid waste collection, road and street, construction and repair, recreational facilities and programs, street lighting and zoning services. We can address the letter to the school system if a public hearing is set. Having read these items here, just want to make sure that you feel that the plan of service reasonably addresses the scope of services to be provided for an M1 zone, and that the timelines proposed are sufficient, and if they're not available on the effective date of annexation, that they would otherwise be provided by the developer or as defined during an aid of construction process. Ensure that the city and utility departments have sufficient capacity to serve the area. If not, is the provision of services addressed appropriately in the plan? Want to ensure that you feel the cost of extending services has been fully estimated. We have noted Mr. DeBoer's comment about police and fire. I would assume coverage on the interstate. We can provide more information on that, that might speak to these costs, or just services in general, regardless of cost. Are there long-term, did we satisfactorily address long-term maintenance operational impacts within the report to you? And do you otherwise find it sufficient? As with the others, the plan of service doesn't list any other utility districts or services beyond those provided by the city or Loudon utilities. So with that, I give you the floor. Please proceed as you fit.
Any other questions? I do have one. Is city manager here? Can I ask you a question? This is presented as M1. As you look at the city, or possibly this is to the mayor, but as you look at the city and you look at residential in M1, how do you perceive those two needs? I assume we do or do we not need M1, and why? And do we not need our residential? Just trying to look at that component.
So I would say to that currently, and I probably have some backup here on this, but currently we have approximately 17 acres of industrial property is all we have left in the city limits.
Okay, 17 acres?
17, I believe was correct, what I last heard. Speaking as a manager of a city, not as anything else.
Yes, sir.
I believe that both things are positive for our city.
Okay.
I believe that we need more affordable housing. And that is accomplished through R2 type things we're talking about, townhomes, apartments, single family homes. That we have more than our population that drives into town every day to work at our already industrial city, where we have a lot of jobs. And the way that we have good jobs for our citizens is we provide a place for jobs to happen. And so from the city's perspective, not from anybody else's perspective, just from looking at numbers and the needs for the city and the plans that have been set forth by the cities and county for our growth and our future needs. I would answer yes to both of those. Those are both things that are, from a city manager's perspective, how do we provide jobs, how do we provide areas for expansion, and as people want things like stores and restaurants and those kind of things, those things don't happen unless you grow a little. So that,
okay.
I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that. Just from a personal standpoint, in the last 18 months, I'm with this case. I've transferred, I think it's 13 or 14 people from our Arkansas facility to our Loudon facility. And everyone but two have beat on my door saying, I wish there was more residential housing in Loudon because they would like to become part of the community. And half are renting, and there's a couple that are currently, they bought West Knoxville and Maryville. So just from a personal standpoint.
Chairman.
I'm sorry.
One of the other things that we are, I'm a part of a lot of meetings about the roles that I serve on boards and different things to represent this community. The large amount of, and also as the manager for the utilities, there is a lot of job growth coming to the Oak Ridge area because of the expansion of all the small modular reactor talk on the electric side. There's gonna be a lot of jobs and warehousing needs for those kind of things, is what I'm being told by regional economic development, by local economic development and others. And those are conceivably high-paying jobs with lots of potential that we don't have a lot of economic development inventory for our community to
So what I'm
plan
understanding
those
is,
things. And that's strictly informational. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I believe you need to be armed with all the information that gets.
well, what I'm hearing you say is you could see that as both a need for M1 type of property and residential, possibly. Okay, thank you. All right.
I think it would also be interesting to know how much M1 land has been used up. I sort of know that. I was here when the industrial effort really kicked off for manufacturing. But I think in the last 25 years, we've probably used up probably about 350 acres. When you look at how spread out we are. Communities, part of Loudon's, part of what people like about Loudon is this small community feel. But to maintain that, people have to have jobs someplace as well. It's a fact of growth that probably our growth is going to continue. It was locked in when the early settlers built the trail that goes all the way from Newport down through Loudon County to Kingston, across the state, and our river network. That's what brought people here to begin with. It was further amplified by the interstate system. When I first decided to settle here, retired from the military, but I had done a study and read a book, and it was about raw land growth and raw land absorption and use. And this particular author picked the fastest growing areas in the whole United States to be between Knoxville and Chattanooga, along the I-75 corridor, and between Dallas and Houston. And I thought, no way. There wasn't even a Cedar Bluff out there. That study was right. He called it I-75. He had another name for out in Texas, but he called I-75 the Ruhr Valley of Germany, which was a huge area for what part of his plan was built based on as far as growth patterns in history. So that's just another comment.
All right, so do we have a motion?
You making a motion?
I'll make a motion, we go ahead and, especially with the guidance from the city attorney, that we should present this as the M1 application, and recommend that the provisions for the plan of services is adjusted by your comments that you're going to attach to the city. I seem satisfactory.
Are you going,
And I make that in the form of a motion.
so
I need to
discussion
understand
on
that motion one more time. I
It's,
need to understand that.
okay, it's the same as the other motions, except, in those cases, we gave specific zoning, and the city attorney said we need to stick with M1, that was the application. And all I've added, to the similar motions is that we make sure the notes that you've added, like the report for legal services on the interstate part of the zoning be noted.
Yeah,
Would you
ensure that we,
traffic impact study to be part of that?
The traffic impact study is already, it's already in there.
yes, sir.
And then the need for right of way?
It's in there too.
Okay. Just wanna
We could add with that piece for right away and just make sure that those items are there.
So we have a
And all of
motion.
that saying, that does not say that city council can come in and change that M1, right?
The city council can vote against this whole
Can
thing.
the city council change that M1? That's my question.
Can we change it?
If city council changes the zoning and the plan of services, then there would be a new plan of service that would have to come back to
To us.
the planning commission.
That prompted all my original questions about the zoning question. It has to be for a specific thing for them to vote on. If city council says, we don't like this, we want it residential, then we'll need to evaluate a plan of services for residential.
So if we accept this M1 and send it as a recommendation to council, they turn it down, it's gotta come back.
But
So if we turn it down here, it's still gotta come back
Specifically.
to some kind of other request.
Specifically for, if you approve or deny, could we be stating also that we make sure that police and fire is addressed, and that, transportation items that we've mentioned are included, whether that's a or denied application? So I think that's what we're saying here. You can make a motion to approve or deny.
And you're not approving or denying the application, you're just making a recommendation to the city council to either approve this plan of services or to not approve this plan of services.
That's right. So this is similar to the others, but we're making sure we emphasize certain parts of it.
Rep, but how do you come back once you get the answers to your questions and actually make a recommendation or not? So we're saying we're gonna move forward with a recommendation, not knowing the answers to those questions.
They're unknown, they're not knowable, and they won't be known until you have an actual land use plan that comes back.
Sure, on the traffic side, I agree, but I mean, the city police department has 3 police officers that work. And if you have an accident on the interstate, it's gonna tie up every one of their police officers and probably the majority of their fire services. So if we don't know the answer to the question about what resources will be required on the interstate through the annexation. Yes, sir.
I think part of the question should be, if the map's accurate, we already have part of the interstate annexed into the city, so how do we do it now? If you look to the right-hand side of that map, the rest of the interstate there is already part of the annexed map. Yes, there.
So
I
that's
think the
part
question
today.
is, what do we do now?
It's
already in the interstate, and likely shouldn't have to in that instance either, if we're not already responding to the part of the interstate that's annexed into the city, how we would be. We could check that out for you, but sorry to interject.
I do not anticipate that this would result in us taking calls on the interstate unless we chose to do that. This annexation will not make that happen automatically.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion, do I have a second? Do we have a second? Okay, again, any second?
Needs a second.
We need a second.
I'll make the second.
Okay.
I just can't imagine it's not
So
good.
we have a motion and a second. And this is as we've discussed. So roll call, please.
Kevin Bookout,
Nay.
Tim Dixon,
No.
David Mears,
I think there's still too many answers that we have to have before a good decision could be made. I say no.
Brandon DeBoer,
No.
Ham Carey,
Yes.
Clayton Pangle,
Yes.
and Dennis Brennan.
You know, as I look at it, I'm good with annexation. I'm good with residential, but I cannot say yes on M1, so no. All right,
The
Thank
motion died, so you need a new motion that gets approved.
I'm sorry,
The motion died, the motion didn't pass,
the motion dies.
so you need a new motion that gets approved, so someone needs to make a new motion.
Okay. So we need a motion, a positive motion. Wait, I thought
You need to
last-
make, someone needs to make a new motion then, because that motion did not get approved. So someone needs to now make a new motion.
I'll make a motion, we deny the application.
Could you make a motion that you do not approve of the plan and services?
Okay.
Or that you not, you recommend disapproval of the plan and services?
I'll make a motion, we do not approve the application for plan of services.
Second on the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Kevin Bookout,
Yes.
Ham Carey,
Not voting.
Tim Dixon,
Yes.
I'm sorry, okay, David Mears,
Yes.
Brandon DeBoer,
Yes.
Clayton Pangle,
No.
and Dennis Brennan.
Yes. Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
He has no reason to.
All right, the next item is,
Can we take a break?
what do we need to do to take a break? Do we have to,
Yeah. I think you could, we can just choose to recess for 10 minutes. Or
'Cause my boss, but you might have to speak really well, he's out of town, and I got SOS that's going on all over the place and outside. That's what I'm hoping, I'm like, I've been here since 12, you guys are, I'm sure you guys are the same. If I tell, well, I'm trying to like understand, but I was just, and my boss like, are you sure? I'm like, get on the plane
I know that they're putting together a potential plan that allows for.
and for them to go over.
So if that gets
My two, it's literally 2% and 3%. It's not like, we're not going from.
2 months ago.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm looking at this, like I figured it out, I don't want to not get it, but also you can't stay here for like another month.
That's a question for people sitting at this table. About whether you can do something for proxy on
Not long in planning. The last time when y'all were out there along the road, you were sitting over there, you weren't sitting in the middle. So you're learning, right? Stop and you didn't go in the right direction. Way out.
No, I got this from Coca-Cola.
There you go.
They might.
One of them.
Clayton, are you still doing leadership stuff? We've done this for Oh no, where's she going?
Since you came and talked, appreciate it. I will say
You don't see that.
I mean, to create
To make it last longer.
reserve.
More sustainable.
But the program itself is very supplemental.
I don't even understand why stuff like that.
It is, well, you know, I got to talk to you. Greg.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going strong out there.
Well, I know, it's a wonderful site, even though the one person didn't.
Okay. And then careful. Yeah. I think it's gonna be good for our stores.
And you all didn't pursue that store location in New York City.
Which one? We
Well,
were looking at one on the interstate, is that the one you're thinking about?
you talked to me about, there were some problems with the utilities and
Yeah,
stuff.
that's the one off 119. It's not dead, but we have to get our partner, because they've been in conversations with the partner over there, and they would get the remainder of the property, and so we talked to them, and we talked to a couple other like housing developments, because we just didn't make it work, and we're covering all the utilities, so that one's not dead, it's still on my board, it's just I'm waiting on a lot of other pieces of the puzzle to work together.
I've talked to Bill a couple times. You know, and I'll answer this question. He was very articulate when I talked to him. I was involved in another track on 321 across the bridge. Y'all.
Yeah, I think we still have that.
And then sold it to him, it's 12 acre tract, 3 acres. It doesn't fit your own. And the prospect of my son is 75%. His boy used to own the arena. His wife has a majority interest. And then there's two others. So we put ours for sale. So we had a good price. I was told just recently that he is not making decisions.
Yes, he's still there. Now you can call me, I can get my car.
I don't have to get prostate. Jason, gas station here.
Donnie's, we bought several pictures of him.
So I talked to him because we're it's right at the corner of the and honestly, it's so when Bill had bought that from us, we shared traffic. In fact, I'd like you to.
I'll give you my card.
How much you pay now?
Well,
The way to do it is
we'll survive.
I mean, you want to get economic savings, you don't have a sign out there, it's the lease.
All right, thank you.
It's still gonna be hard to lease it, but and we don't mind going back and looking at it. But there's other great properties from that. That great aspect of this.
Yeah.
The frontage.
Cause I can't find
Well, let me give you my card, and then you just call me on the go. I'm gonna want to try to it'd be really feel this would work out.
Now, let's go.
Yeah, I'll make sure.
Let's go, where's everybody?
Play ball.
All right. Let's roll this. Okay, next, application number 203, special use review, request to amend off-site traffic signal plans, State Route 72 in Commercial Park, applicant Gresham Smith, on behalf of Racetrack Inc., property owners, Group of Properties LLC, and Glenn Thompson trustee, map 040, parcel 99.00, 100.00, 101.00, 102, C4, interchange commercial. Let's start with the applicant presenting, please.
Taylor Forrester here on behalf of the applicant. As noted, we're requesting an amendment to an off-site condition that was attached to the special use approval. This is not a new special use application as to whether, an analysis of whether truck stops should be permitted on the property. It's just simply a modification request to this single off-site condition. As you may recall, we were here last year for this special use approval. As part of the special use approval, there were a proposed lighted intersection. If you recall, there were two options, two proposals. One was a single light improvement at the intersection of Commercial Park Boulevard and Highway 72. And the other option was a split signal, which had a light in that location, but also in front of the access drive near the end of Loudon. Both signal options were reviewed by the city staff as well as TDOT, and both options at the preliminary meetings with those departments were considered appropriate or satisfactory for the signal improvements. At this meeting, Planning Commission proposed and went with the split signal as opposed to the single lighted intersection. On forward to City Council with the special use approval consideration. City Council approved the special use and attached as a condition for site plan approval, and attached a condition to the special use that the split signal be attached as an off-site condition to the ultimate approval. Again, we had these preliminary meetings with TDOT, city staff regarding these two lights prior to the special use approval. Again, determined that either signal was appropriate, would be satisfactory. Following the ultimate approval, the special use, and then later the site plan by Planning Commission, Racetrack submitted for permitting review and issuance of those development permits, initially with TDOT. After a more detailed review by TDOT, it was determined that the split signal configuration would not work because it would alter Weigel's permitted access. We're requesting that the off-site condition attached to the special use be modified to that option that was also presented previously with the single signal at the intersection of Commercial Park Boulevard and Highway 72. Same as last time, Racetrack will be responsible for constructing and funding this lighted intersection. This signal light will align with Commercial Park Boulevard and Weigel's driveway access on Highway 72. The single signal does not impact of the other properties' existing legal access that they have. As part of the amendment to the red light discussions and improvements that we have with the city staff has indicated a preference to have a signal or lighted intersection at the off-ramp of I-75 and Highway 72. As of today, the traffic counts do not warrant that traffic signal. The numbers of volume of traffic just aren't there yet, but in discussions with the city staff, with the development going on, expect at some point in the future that those warrants will be met. As part of this approval, we have proposed in discussions with TDOT and the city that once the signal warrants do meet those numbers, Racetrack will enter into a development and contribution agreement with TDOT as part of the approval. If the city needs to be a part of that, that's fine as well. That obligates Racetrack to fund 50% of that cost to construct and install that lighted signal at that off-ramp interchange of I-75 and Highway 72. Again, we ask that this modification and amendment to the special use be approved. Again, it's the same lighted signal option that was presented last year of those two options. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, we do have client representative from Racetrack, our traffic engineer, civil engineering as well. There are representatives from TDOT here to answer any questions or discuss as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Seth?
Yes, sir. Mr. Forster read the requested changes, and I think that the application as previously submitted didn't offer options, but did prescribe a offset signal that was approved in Planning Commission and by City Council as it relates to special use. The conditions were that satisfactory completion, among others, satisfactory completion of the traffic impact study and off-site transportation improvements, design plans for the split off-signal signalization as decided by city and TDOT staff, satisfactory completion of the site plan approval process, of which this would amend as well. Construction of any required off-site transportation improvements as depicted on the exhibits attached to the resolution number 2024-31 before issuance of certificate of occupancy. And that developer provides assessment provisions for overnight parking and light pollution, which they did also include in that site plan review as a photometric site plan. These conditions and others were placed on the approval granted by the Regional Planning Commission for subsequent site plan review. So these were related to special use. We have reviewed this amendment, which was discussed originally, and the same reasons staff communicated to the developer at that time remain, which is that traffic in the Loudon, Wendy's, and other developments in that area, as you can see on the left, would be drawn onto private property to a single lighted intersection, which is what precipitated the recommendation for the offset signal. There's other considerations with that would also be granted rights between those owners. I think there's currently some easement granted by Weigels to Bojangles, which allows them to utilize their parking lot. However, when it comes to the shared access drive that is between Wendy's and Weigels, we're of the understanding that the only rights granted for that is where Weigels benefits the use of the shared driveway granted by the end of Loudon. So we have some apprehension about other rights that would be granted between adjoining property owners that if we were to do this in a formal sense, we would recommend would be in place. Also, the proposed amendment, while it satisfies the fundamental requirements of the TDOT permits by not taking away a righted driveway permit to be for, I think Weigels at that driveway is able to go straight, right, and left, for example. Those rights are not being taken by this design, but it does bring traffic onto their site, which is not comprehended or contemplated rather in the design plans. And that would also be a recommendation to address the on-site improvements that might be needed and for that private property owner to be in agreement with that. I could walk up to the picture and point too, if that's, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot
I
been, so.
think that would be of value because
Okay.
if I'm exiting Wendy's and I want to go to Food City and use a light, what am I doing?
Here's the Weigels entrance. There's a straight left and right signalized intersection there. This is the shared driveway between Weigels and Wendy's, and this is the Wendy's driveway.
This helps.
Yeah, I think. Sometimes it's easier to turn it upside down, I feel. So this is a single signalized intersection, Weigel's driveway, the shared driveway between the properties that you can see on the aerial there, and then there's Wendy's.
Would the shared driveway between Wendy's and Weigel's allow for a left turn towards downtown?
In this plan, it's anticipated that drivers would use Weigel's property to approach the signalized intersection to take a protected left turn.
There's not a lot of room in the Weigel's parking lot for a number of cars, right? I mean,
That
am I
was
seeing that
another,
right?
that was a comment of staff, was that, here, there's about approximately 50 feet from the edge of pavement to, kind of the curb return or the end of the driveway through, which allows for about 2 cars, worth of stacking in there, and that, the stop bar kind of pulls back a little further, so, 2 could be waiting at the signal before kind of backing up into the interior driveways.
Questions?
I had questions about some of the comments you sent back, and it was a question on the application and comments back from the proposal. And what let's see, it's, I'll give you the number. 14 comments back and forth. And when they made a reply, I don't have the benefit of knowing which of those items may have been set aside by their comment back to you and which are still problematic. Because where they're given an answer in other areas, I see that the city's hands are tied until TDOT would allow signalization at the interstate. And we don't know when that might occur. So can you tell me which comments still bother you based on their answers?
There's, we haven't performed a specific study at that intersection for the interstate. Other reports have indicated contrary results than what's being stated here today. Some of the other items, particularly the documentation that easements would exist. One concern would be that if this orientation or layout would occur, that there's not a guarantee that signal could be accessed by the adjoining properties. If that's what's seemingly intended by this, is that the left turn doesn't happen with the offset signals. It happens at the single intersection with adjoining properties. And I feel that that's an okay approach if that's the original design intent, or that adjoining property owners are in agreement with an approach for improvements that would accommodate that. And so that design would, account for circulation between those lots, and any easements or rights that would need to be granted that would prohibit closure of those entrances.
When this was approved before, subject to those other conditions that can't be done now, as a reason for your modification request just on that specific thing. There's also another item that was mentioned there that before we voted. It did not get included in the provisions, but it was something that was going to be done when a traffic study was done. And that was considerations for the impact on that double signal that changed automatically on all the properties on the other side. Weigel's being the closest one, but the properties right there. What I see that's changed, and you all really did a professional job on some of the initial objections that this body had on your initial deal, and I thought that was really a professional job. The lighting, I think, was one of the last things that you all had considered. The fact of how you were going to control people not spending overnight time at your things. So I thought that all sounded good if it worked with the transportation plan, but it also didn't address folks on the far side. The transportation plan, when it went to TDOT, that they had different slants, is what I'm getting from reading all the new material, and the way that property is used on the other side of the street is not what TDOT says is even legal now. I don't think we're enforcing things where it's striped and property comes across and makes a left turn from that side. They do have a cut through that I understand would be closed if signalization went up by the interstate, and you can see how that interstate, I understand now better what TDOT's certain objections are, but it creates a whole new set of problems. If you don't have left turn capability from the other side of the road to go toward downtown Loudon, all those businesses right there, including the hotel up on the hill, have a major problem. And I understand this idea about easements, but that's a complicating factor for me right now.
Can I respond to that point?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So when I said the current legal access that exists would not change, that is correct. So if you could zoom in on that aerial where the Inn of Loudon, I don't know if you can zoom in or not, private drive is, as it comes to Highway 72 there, you'll see, a crosshatch painted intersection.
Which means you're not supposed to cross it.
We're talking about right here.
Yeah, that's that crosshatch right below it, or that, in the median there, painted yellow, you see that? So it indicates you're not supposed to turn left there. So with the single lighted intersection that we're requesting here today, does not alter that legal access.
I agree with what you're saying, doesn't alter that also, but what it has done is, because of this study, it's brought to our attention a fatal fall and an accident waiting to happen. That has been a horrible problem forever, right there. And I don't know why that's not enforced, but it's not. And people make that left-hand turn all the time. They do not go through Whitehills. They do not go through that cut behind Whitehills or any of those. Those are all private property directions. I am pleased to see that y'all are willing to, I see such a need for the traffic light up at the interstate, but it's not in TDOT's timing right now, if I understand correctly, to allow that, even though that might turn out to be different. There is an ongoing study right now for traffic problems on I-75. That's public hearings are being made for Loudon County and West Knoxville. Those seemingly, for some mysterious reason, tend to magically stop at the bridge, but they impact our exit. Look how crowded our exit's becoming. We're going to eventually see two exits, two the exit ramp, double. Probably from just if nothing happens in Loudon. We're gonna see that, in future years. I think y'all are an outstanding company. I don't have anything against you. I was for a solution that didn't get approved from another study. I think this makes it worse. During the early discussions, we talked about another solution that had been proposed years before by another proposed developer right there, and that you also have a left turn problem. There's not a problem of people coming to that site off the interstate because they're on the correct side of the road. The problem is to get them back on the interstate. And the solution years ago with the planning commission for this, for the other proposed developer, was to make a circle around behind Purdy and come out on the main drive that we're going to have a traffic light at. And I think it's 1.5 miles or something like that. My memory might be gone on that exact distance.
That sounds right.
But I understood that you all felt that was a killer for you all to direct left turn traffic. So I don't know that I see that this is a solution that helps the city in solving a problem that was already bad. It would have allowed assistance at that other light with the first plan you came up with, but it also created a stacking problem, which TDOT and the engineers later saw between the two lights.
And it wasn't a stacking, it was an alteration of a permitted driveway that would be altered by the multi-red light.
The light, okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm not against your development. I'm against, I'm concerned, and that's why I ask their responses to your questions.
In fairness, there are some that could be resolved. I think we were talking, there's some design differences now on some pavement marking. That's just something that we could explore. I think that the highlights would be satisfying the original conditions, and that we're not asking to solve the problems of the corridor, just not create what we think could potentially be more troublesome with the interconnected driveways without granted rights and other things. It just wasn't contemplated in the design of those original layouts. So it's reasonable that some modification would need to be made to accommodate that.
I know how important it is for businesses to be able to move forward and get this done so you can get on with the construction of it. But I've been doing all the talking. I just fear that enough is not lined up yet. And and I'm basing part of this on what I reviewed from staff. If I'm heading the wrong way, or if anybody else feels I'm heading the wrong way, let me know. Any other comments?
Part of this process is you guys making a recommendation to the city council, because they're the ones that make the final decision whether or not they're going to grant the special use and review. And they base it on, this is the criteria in the ordinance that was drafted when this process was created. I can't see because of the light behind me. And I just listed, I've added this slide, this is the criteria that's in the ordinance that was created in 2024 for the criteria for a special use review for a truck stop in the C4. And we then have to, when we bring this to council, we have to be able to answer these questions when we, staff, bring this to council. And the first couple, we wouldn't have any issues to talk about. When we start getting to D and start talking about how this is affecting the adjacent property owners, noise, light, fumes, odors wouldn't be an issue, but when we start talking about traffic and congestion and how it would affect the adjacent property owners, I don't think we could talk about how we would support this in that process. It's not affecting traffic in a residential subdivision, which is talked about in E, but yes, it is impacting the adjacent property owners when this development's going to happen. So it is then going to affect maybe the natural development of the surrounding area and potentially creating a hazard, which is then talked about in F. So I just wanted to bring this criteria to your attention as you're making this decision.
So, I have a motion.
Say
I'd make a motion, we recommend that these matters become addressed if city council is going to move forward with any consideration to do this.
I'm sorry, can you just state that?
I make a motion that in its present form, we deny this subject to additional information that solves these problems that you're talking about on that checklist.
Yeah, I'll second.
Brandon, you second?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we have a motion second. Let's do a voice.
Does he need to be heard?
Roll call. I'm sorry.
If you would like for him to be heard.
Yeah, please, sure, please.
Dan Brown with Racetrack. I know there's concerns of that D item, but the traffic study shows that the level of service at that intersection would be improved with the signal. I know you brought up concerns of illegal left turns happening over a double yellow stripe median. A signalized intersection controlled access makes that corridor safer. So the study shows that is safer. The stacking would be adequate on Weigels. Right now, the end of Loudon is a permitted right in, right out. It would remain right in, right out. The previous condition from a year ago showed the median front, there was a condition that the median front of Wendy's be closed. That condition's not changing. So controlled access makes this in general safer. We are not modifying anyone's access. If they want to continue to make the illegal left, some people may do it. It would be a striped median for a protected left turn into Weigels and a protected left turn out. So we believe the access isn't changing. Yes, we can't control when some people cut through a neighbor's property. That happened today. It would continue to happen. We can't control that. All of our disturbance would be happening within TDOT's right of way. We've had meetings with TDOT. They support the suggested solutions. In terms of one of the comments on reducing access to the end of Loudon, TDOT did have a suggestion yesterday to the left turn, protected left from 72 into Weigels. If we extend that left turn past the driveway for end of Loudon, it would allow left turns into it. That was a suggestion by TDOT that Racetrack would support, but we are open to solutions to make this happen, and we believe it would make a safer corridor. And it would make the
But that's
intersection
not here
function better.
before us today. We don't have any plans.
There's still solutions that are possibly going to be discussed. Maybe we need to table it and give us an opportunity to continue to talk about things. And we bring this back when we're ready to present things.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to kill your project. I was trying to say, this doesn't work on what we've been pursuing.
Yeah, and we're fine going to city council if that was your motion. I just wanted to elaborate as far as controlled access makes it safer. It seems like there's concerns that we're modifying access when really is not the case as far as what the permitted access is out there today.
I didn't accuse you all of modifying access. I'm just saying it's a problem that's existed that nobody's doing anything about, and somebody's gonna get killed there.
I think the issue that Lori just raised would make sense to postpone table, come back if there is gonna be a slight adjustment modification, pulling that turn lane back further. That would need to be first reviewed by planning commission, it'd be a material change to that site plan.
I mean, we would review that, and if you could provide any other information, we requested, any information you can do with title search, for any easements that do exist. I don't think we're, asking, we're just trying to help you do some of the work of the application.
Yeah.
So if you could provide some documentation there, and if we are going to work on a revision, I also request that we meet with staff, that way, just in a practical sense, we don't have to do the work of telling your story now, or the new revision to the rest of city departments or Loudon utilities, regardless of how the impacts change. So if we could coordinate those items, that'd be
He's going to withdraw his second, I'm going to withdraw my motion, and I'll make a new motion to table it.
Sorry. Melissa Clark Waggles. I too have been in conversations with TDOT who indicated they have offered no approval or disapproval of this at this point. I do feel like D is adequate, that it does injure the value of our property and our access onto our property. We have done a title search recently. There is only one easement that exists from Bojangles to Waggles. So just to clear some things up, we would be happy to work with any kind of traffic improvement. We're not opposed to that, as long as it doesn't, harm our existing business. That's what we're looking for. We just want to be included in discussions. If you can notify us before this comes back up, if it just continues to be tabled, then we don't know when it's coming up or what's going to be coming up. So we would just ask that if you do have more discussions, that we be included in them as it does impact us.
have you been contacted by the applicant for the previous?
I personally have not. Now, I do think that they did speak to another person in my office, but I personally have not.
Yes, we tried to reach out to Weigel to get them to partner, and they, being we are a gas station, did not want to offer any kind of support.
Yeah, I remember asking that during the application process.
Yeah, that would be my concern on comment number 5, that to condition our use for a gas station, our approval to be conditioned on consent or permission from another gas station. We can't have.
I think that was a comment regarding permitting, which is conditional to the approval. Not that actual act itself, but the act of permittable plans.
It requested documentation from Weigel's to consent to the signal as proposed.
Not consent, just for they're saying it impacts that business without modification to the business. I don't think that's good practice for us. And from what guidance we typically get from commission that impact, whether that's just on the 72 corridor or otherwise, needs to be contemplated.
We would be happy if Weigel's want to work with us. It's just up until today, they had told us they do not want to work with us.
Well, so you
Withdrawn.
and you have,
Withdrawn, I make a new motion to table
okay,
it for further review.
and we have a second on
Oh, I'd be the second then, yes,
that? Thank you.
no problem.
Roll call.
So, sure.
Clayton Pangle.
Aye.
Brandon DeVore.
Aye.
Kevin Bookout.
Aye.
Pam Perry.
Aye.
Dennis Brennan.
Tim,
Tim Dixon.
I'm sorry.
all right, motion passes. Thank you. We're getting there, folks.
All
Thank
day.
you very much, I appreciate it. gonna have to double our pay, not times not, it's
Two seconds. Yeah.
application number 219, preliminary plat review. The Oaks at Sparrow Valley, applicant, property owner, CMH Homes. Tax map 040, parcel 9, tax map 040, parcel 027, Loudon County, R1 low density residential district. So, if you would, please present for us.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate you hanging in there today. Ben Mullins, I'm an attorney at the law firm of Francis McConnell Seymour in Knoxville. Represent the applicant. I also have representatives of CMH and our engineer as well to answer any questions about this. This is a proposal to develop 72 new single-family lots on an 82-plus acre site in Loudon County, bordered by the Interstate 75 in the west, River Road in the south, Matlock Road to the north and east. The development will include New Spine Road with a single access point connecting to Matlock Bend Road on the northern boundary. This may look familiar to some of you. It's been a little bit of a history behind it. Back in November of 2023, we were here with a similar plan that involved connecting to River Road. And that plan was denied. We came back and tried to make some changes to it and came back in February of 2024, again with a connection to River Road. There was some concerns about any work that may need to be done on River Road, whether or not that right of way was there, it might affect some of the private property rights. So you all denied that plan as well. We then went to the Loudon County Planning Commission with a plan that's very similar to this one, which was approved, including the same variances. As part of that, though, we elected to come back here to try to, because I think there was a question between what Loudon County was telling us and what the city was telling us about who had jurisdiction, and we're just trying to get our plan approved the best way as possible. So we're back here with a very similar plan now with the plans you see here at these 72 lots. We have a cul-de-sac that terminates there at the end to River Road. We have reserved future access that could connect to River Road in the future, but it's not part of that now. So what our plan essentially is, these are very large lots. I mean, essentially this is less than 1 unit an acre when you do the math. So, and they are serviced by Loudon utilities, except for these will be on septic, which is why you have the really large lots, which because they're on septic, it kind of really constrains on how we can design the lots on a property like this. He does have some topographical challenges, which is why the one stub out there, one of the variances we're asking for is instead of a 10% grade, is a 12% grade, which that's pretty nominal and fairly regularly granted. The other is the length of the run out. Now there's potential for future access to River Road, but there's no place really where with these large lots with the septic requirements that you could really do any additional breakups for stubbing out to prevent that long run out. And that's because the shape of the lots and the inability to have sewer on it. So it is a site-specific constraint to this that creates a hardship for the variance. This is, I know the conversation with the annexation plan of services earlier, talking about the need for residential, and this does fulfill this need. This isn't in the city properly, it's in the urban growth boundary, it's in the county. We have had a traffic impact analysis letter done. I know we submitted that to Mr. Hogan, I guess on Halloween, October 31. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It was done by CDM Smith. And what they recommended was Matlock Road. There is they're pulled up and highlighted, thank you. There is an S-curve there, which creates some issues. It's not posted. And so we have talked to the county. The recommendation from CDM Smith was to post it at 15 miles per hour. And we've talked to the county and Billy Pickle about that, and they're in agreement with being able to post that at 15 miles an hour to help at least advise traffic. It's a bad condition now. Our traffic impact analysis really, I don't think we'll have the site distance there with that, but I believe we've met all the requirements for this to be approved. It's already been approved on the same subdivision regulations, just a different body, and we'd ask that you guys would approve it also today. So happy to answer any questions. I think the engineer and representatives are here as well.
so thank you. So, staff?
Yeah, I can speak to the traffic impact letter here. What the engineer record has indicated is site distance triangles that address horizontal, basically sight line to a certain distance, which is, I think, 255 feet for a tractor trailer, 210 for a bus or Amazon delivery, 170 for a normal passenger vehicle. From what they've indicated, that sight line is available. I think, I guess the signage and any vegetation clearing could be part of the project. I don't know what arrangements you've made with the county, but just to accommodate that.
Yeah, I think, and Mr. Anderson probably, or Mr. Rosebush could probably speak to that. I mean, we have spoken to the county, and we are going to be posting those 15-mile-per-hour signs. If there's any vegetation in the way that's going to affect sight distance.
We make modifications on our part. At our expense.
I think that they addressed the request to revise the traffic impact letter that we had for their last submittal to this body to the new configuration with the cul-de-sac and connection at Matlock Bend.
I'm glad to see the engineering drawing. I travel that road every day to get to work. It surprised me there's 170 foot there because it's of course the vegetation's there now too. And that seems to meet the concerns right there as far as what the TDOT requirements are. Are you going to cover the other issues of slope and?
Let's maybe one at a time.
Okay.
So just a question, if we can back up to the letter and the photo. Yeah, so the vegetation removal request, is that on right of way or is that on private property?
I believe that is either on right of way or on our property. It's on right of way. So it could be
Our property, but right away.
It's your property?
Well, a third of our property that fronts Matlock Bend Road, and then when the right of way is struck.
So it's 6 one way, half dozen other. Yeah.
And I'm not voting because that's my property right there.
Well, I'm not touching your property, sir.
So the curve is my property and I own that whole section there. So, yeah, it definitely will affect me. So, you know, when you first presented this, it was presented as, you know, and I think it was something that we all were very much in favor of. Loved your design. You had 2 entrances, and one of the entrances, you know, we voted to, I don't remember, I'd have to go back to my notes. You probably have one
It
right
was
there.
denied. Both
Okay, but it
projects
was
were denied.
denied for the reason that we had a couple folks that lived in that, what would be the second entrance, thinking that their property was going to be affected, where after engineering review, the facts are that there's plenty of width there without their property being affected.
I think that's an open question. I think that, yeah, there was there was engineering's opinion. I think the property owners had a different opinion on that. And so, you know, that was one of the concerns, is that, you know, whether we would be basically approving something that would end up in litigation over the potential right-of-way issues. And yeah, I wasn't directly involved in that, but just kind of reviewing the minutes, that's the way I read it.
Because when you look at, that was a state highway, when you look at the width, it was part of that right of way.
Yeah.
Plenty of width there. That original state road had, how is that reduced between when it was a state highway and now?
And again, I don't exactly know, and I think there's an opportunity to potentially connect to River Road in the future, which is why we left that section in the cul-de-sac open, so those options are potentially there.
Because half those people, well, most of them are gonna say, I wanna get to the interstate.
Yeah.
And I can throw a rock to Queen Road. This isn't logical at all.
Yeah, and for Mr. Rosebush, we gave up, in order, because I think that future access, keeping that open was something that we discussed and the staff was concerned about, and so we lost a lot in order to be able to do that. Because, again, we think that might make sense, it's just, and then, of course, if there's something that happened in the future, we open up other opportunities, but,
Well, reduces your cost significantly to not have to widen what you originally, or finish that road as you had originally off as part of your first proposal.
I don't know exactly what the, how much we would have to widen and what the traffic impact said on that, but if our project delayed from litigation, it'd probably be a whole deal. So that's good, we're trying to balance those interests on that.
I understand. And I love what you're doing with the property. I mean, I'd like a horse farm, but I don't have 5 million, so.
But it is large, there are large lots, it is very,
Yeah,
it's
it's
considered
great.
the very definition of low density, and we'll,
Yes, sir.
and
Yes, Your
you know where to
grading-
find us if there's any issues.
Your grading team has been very fair when I've had access issues. It's been great. They've been good work.
That's good to hear, thank you.
So,
I wasn't on the planning commission when it got turned down twice, but I was educated about the difference of opinion. And I think that's where the complication started, because you've been here the whole time. We have an urban growth plan that was worked out between county and city, and you know the politics there. So I don't need to go through that, but things in our, within 5 mile radius or urban growth area come before this planning commission for review. And I'm glad you're here because it gives us the chance to comment on this design, not the one that was presented before I was on here.
That's fair.
Thank you for being here and working with the city to try to resolve these issues. And you resolved a question. I've already addressed that with the line of sight, so that was clarified something for me. In the notes about the 12% slope, you did have some concerns from an engineering standpoint. I'm not sure that I'm worried about the slope of the road. That is a pretty long area for the slope to continue at 12%. And I read the comments about icy conditions and.
The Public Works and Provision of Services. There could be, a workaround with that, in a steep slope that we haven't considered, would be instead of using an E-mix, maybe a D-mix, for the slope.
Yeah, then we'd be fine if that were a condition on the approval on this.
Yeah, so that wasn't a major thing. We reviewed a lot of different things and try to treat people across the board even, whether they're a large company or a small individual. And I think one of the things that bothers me is is we stayed pretty firm on a road length that for a cul-de-sac, and some of those have been addressed from a safety standpoint, but what we generally have required consistently since I've been here, and I think before me, is that if it's longer than 600 feet, you're going to have more than one entry and exit to it.
And that's why I think in some of the discussions with the city, they were looking for a second entrance there on River Road.
Well, it gets back to consistency that we have tried to adhere
to do. Our largest development here is Tennessee National, and we have called their hand on certain issues. Not because it didn't do good engineering, but it was not fitting with what we would grant somebody else. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about whether I'm making too much of a big deal from our planning point of view or from you all about a reason not to have a second road and improve that small section of River Road from Queener Road to your property.
Well, and I'm sorry, my cloud was running. One of the things that we did discuss with the city was trying to break up that by doing, you know, some roundabouts or some T, so it wouldn't be such a long run out. And I don't think that was something that, I think they would prefer us not to do, if I recall.
Yeah, I think it just, you know, just not the intent of the requirement. I think that part of the requirements for entrances, I think some of that is codes driven, that we've.
And part of it's fire code driven. It can be it can be addressed partly if you sprinkle every one of your buildings.
And I don't think this would require us to sprinkle the building without this industry. I don't think the trip generation or the number of lots would require that on this.
It's 30 lots.
I think it's a matter of zoning, as opposed to the subdivision regulations.
Yeah, because this property's not in the city limits. If it was in the city limits, then that would apply. Like,
And that goes back to the safety issue. The reason that's a fire regulation in the city is if you only have one entrance and you can't get, and you need more than one fire truck in there, and that entrance becomes blocked, you lose lives. So there is a safety concern there. So I think that's your bigger hurdle than the slope. So I don't know.
Hi, I'm John Rosebush. I represent Clayton. So in the event of emergency ingress or egress to Fire Marshal's point over here as well, that 50-foot access can be utilized for ingress for emergency vehicles. So we're planning on stabilizing that access and making an actual ability to be used if necessary. We offer a gate and a Knox lock for emergency ingress in the event that it was necessary as well.
But you're impacting a section of road that needs to be improved for
Well,
those vehicles.
We're not planning on leaving it open for residents to use. It will be gated off as an ingress egress for emergency only. In the event that the city decides to annex and it becomes city, then it can be widened or improved to that point. We were trying to provide a secondary access point.
I don't want the city to incur a cost of having to widen the road to make it use. I know there's been also problems with getting some of your construction equipment down Matlock Bend Road, so you've made use of the city road to bring in some of your construction. I know that's been addressed.
We did that initially at the start of the project. We have not been using River Road for access for any construction equipment or any construction vehicle since. When we were asked to not do that, we had shut that off.
Yeah, but that's a more recent ask.
Well, we haven't been on River Road in quite some time, sir. It's been, since the beginning of the project. We've been grading from the Matlock Bend entrance.
Here, 9 months ago or so, the signage was taken down stating, no large trucks in this area. And that signage was put back up on Monday of this week, which the timing's interesting. But as far as the access that you would allow, there's now signage put up by the county that states no heavy trucks, which would be required for all the construction.
I can't attest to that.
I believe I have photos if you'd like to see.
I believe you, I'm just saying, I did not have anything to do with the signage.
Anything else from staff?
There's two variances that are requested as part of the application, that were approved, in the county, that's also before you, that would be for, a cul-de-sac, length, it's about 1,300 feet.
The total length is 1,900. And the reason why the variance is in front of you is because they're both in the subdivision ordinance. Usually variances you see are at the BZA, but because they're in the subdivision ordinance, that's why they're in front of you. And then the other one, of course, is that 12% slope, so that way both of those variances are in front of you. So they would both get noted, if you guys approve them, they would both get noted on the preliminary plat as variances that you guys would approve, if you approve them with the preliminary plat.
So our motion needs to be to approve or not approve those two variances, correct?
If you approve them, yes, they would be approved. They'd be all, well, they're all separate votes that you would do. But then if you approve them, they would be noted on the preliminary plat.
Could I just ask, Travis, any issue with the 2% difference in the slope due to it being a road rather than a driveway?
Two different regulations. Driveway is a zoning ordinance, and the road is a subdivision regulation. But I'm not an engineer, so I can't really answer a technical question like that. I think Michael would be better.
Okay.
I think we also had some comments from Public Works about service access and other things. Typically for any roads that we do have that are above 10%, we've resurfaced recently with a different mix. E-mix is a kind of a standard surface mix. D has a little bit of a larger aggregate. That's an application for slightly steeper slopes to kind of reduce that impact.
So D would be preferable at this increase in slope?
I think that's what they've offered. It's a different asphalt mix design.
Okay. Can I make the motion that we approve the variance, or the recommendation to approve the variance to just include that it's with the aggregate D rather than E?
So that's that one variance that we're voting on.
Yeah, for the variance to the slope.
And I'll second that.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second, and I will now vote, so if you'll do a roll call, please.
No, they could just item names.
You don't have to.
We don't have a roll call.
Oh, okay.
Which one is this?
It's the second one, they were taking them out of order, but that's
Yeah.
fine, he made the motion, it's
You
the,
can
it's the
do
one for the
Number 2 on E?
number two on E.
Yes, sir.
Number 3, yeah, this is the driveway slope.
That one.
More papers, and the long paper.
Did we get a vote?
We don't need a vote, right?
Don't even need a vote.
You don't need a vote, you don't need a roll call.
Yeah, they just need an A and A.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to vote on it.
All in favor,
We just
say
don't
aye.
need a roll call.
You just don't need a roll call, but you can A and A it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you, brother.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Very good.
And then the second one, let's do a motion.
Yeah, motion on the second.
What's the staff recommendation on the second variance?
I think the provision of city services would be covered. Also for utilities by the right of way that's shown. So any request by any of the owners for annexation, there's provision in the plan to extend those. And I think that's currently shown. The variance was previously approved in the county.
This one, this page.
So what I, getting at, if it's, to be annexed in the future, and you don't have improvement on the connecting road that leads to that entrance, who pays for that?
That would be determined at that time.
It's part of plan of services.
Yeah.
And if I may, again, we're still willing to make that kind of a emergency access with a Knox box. There won't be any daily traffic in and out of it, but it would allow emergency egress if there is a fire or anything to address the safety concerns that you all have raised.
Could I make a motion that we approve?
Can I say one thing first? I feel, just on behalf of some of the council that I work for, I need to say, I think I'm expected to say, they believe that a variance has to be because of a hardship. And the length of the cul-de-sac is not a hardship. It could very easily be connected. The space has already been made and they've talked about the future. I believe you will see something from council, some pushback about.
Council doesn't vote on that.
Okay, council doesn't vote, okay.
Council doesn't vote on it.
Never mind, that's what I've been scolded about multiple times, so I wanted to make sure you heard that.
This is the decision of the planning commission, okay?
So the fact that it's, the hardship needs to be taken into account.
Brad?
And like I said before, I did try to address that, because the property narrows there, you can't do anything else. And the issue of whether you can connect it and make those improvements is still unresolved. I know there's been a difference of opinions of it, as an attorney, I live my life in differences of opinions. And, but my client's not in the business of litigating, he's in the business of trying to develop the property, and so that's been the concern with that, and the fact that it's been denied twice with plans to connect to it, and so we've got a pretty clear signal that that's pretty much a roadblock in and of itself. So we can address health and safety. If the lots were wider, we could have different access where those cul-de-sacs were broken up. Because the lot's so narrow, that is a site-specific constraint for it. So I do think it meets the requirements for a variance, which is on page 20, section, I think, 4G of the subdivision regulations. That has to be a condition peculiar to the site. And the question of the property rights of the adjacent neighbors on River Road, plus the narrowness of the property, I do believe satisfies that standard.
I'd like to clarify for Mr. Pengo's question earlier. Staff, cities, and utility departments were asked about these variances, and they did not comment that this variance would prevent the provision of city services. Is that correct?
It's the nuance of future consideration for any extension of services.
But currently, this is a county development that would be serviced by the county and has a county road.
Yes.
The city would not be paving.
And the utility plans have been approved by the utility board. They have been submitted and approved. So, Loudon Utilities has approved the way we are accessing or using it for the utilities, the water. It's on septic, which creates a large lot issue.
I'm still concerned about us setting a precedence for making an exception to the two entrances requirements that we've done all the way with everybody else.
Yes.
And I'm glad to see this development. I will tell you a bit of history, and I hate to do this. When I first moved to Loudon County, I'd been here 4 years, and a great plan came about, made by Jim Clayton, to do a model community in the north end of our county. and it got wrecked because of political reasons. And I was just a new person here, but I was involved in land development, and I just resented that. And I felt like anything I could ever do to help Clayton Homes in the future, I would. But I object to this particular provision as a member of the planning commission now, that we would set a precedence if we grant approval.
And I can respect that. I think this is
so
a very unique circumstance.
So I mean, the corporation's not the same anymore, but I'm a pro-development type person in general, and so have an obligation to look at what we've done with anybody else. But I don't object to somebody making a motion to approve it. I'll just vote different.
I think Mr. Moore already made that motion, is that correct?
Pardon?
Yeah, so the stipulations that I was concerned about were whether a gate would be mandatory in this instance, right? A gate that also would contain the Knox box, and the purpose would be specifically for emergency access, not for any other access by residents. My only other concern to that is that how do we stop residents that move in there from not just driving across the grass and driving and cutting to River
There'd be
Road?
a gate.
We'll have a gate.
The gate's not gonna span, the gate's gonna be contained within where this dirt road is.
I can't control people from breaking the law, but I can put the provisions in place and extend their property
Can we go back
insurance
to
as
the
far as
plan
the gate
and look at
goes.
it? 'Cause I think.
And I don't expect you guys to control
And
that, I just wonder if we
understand.
put the gate in, if that then gives them the idea that they can get out onto River Road.
Sure, I think that we wouldn't just, it would not just be a gate, we would, some kind of vegetative buffer or some kind of provision to the property limits along that right of way within our property. But again, as far as the length of the cul-de-sac, I understand the concern, but these aren't quarter acre lots, and this isn't like 500 residents down here. We're talking about a very small number of folks that live down that stretch of roadway. So the amount of trips and traffic in and out of that area of the subdivision is not a massive impact on the length of that cul-de-sac. If these were quarter acre lots and 40-foot lifts, and I get it, but we don't feel that we're impacting with that many trips. That was the whole point of the cul-de-sac. When we had initially brought a subdivision plan with 2 access points that was denied twice. You know, we've got a substantial investment here, and we're trying to provide much needed sustainable and affordable housing to the city of Loudon and county of Loudon. And we've got people beating our door on wanting to buy these, we can't even finish construction. So, you know, we're trying to provide a much needed item. We heard of the testimony today for the opposition of MI or M1 in favor of residential. We're trying to provide residential. We're asking for a very small variance that the county doesn't seem to have a problem with. This sits within the county limits, within the growth boundary of the city right now. We're just asking you to grant us the same that the county has granted us. That's all we're asking here. In fact, we're offering you more than we offer the county. We've sacrificed 2 more lots here to make this function. That's lost revenue for us, the time, stopping of construction, the additional, the Knox box, the 50-foot right of way. We're trying to accommodate everybody, and right now we're kind of caught in the middle.
And if we put a vegetative buffer there to keep people from moving across, I think that would be something that'd be very easy to do and would address your concern there, Commissioner DeVore. I appreciate that.
And that's another thing too, this is Johnny Anderson, our engineer of record, there's an open spill drainage ditch along both sides of that as well.
Okay.
So it's not like it's a clear path that's cut through somebody's yard.
Gotcha.
It would be a constraint. We're just asking for some leniency here, yeah.
So I will continue with my motion to approve with those stipulations, and that's where I was gonna finish.
Do we have a second? We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Could I ask the chairman, not as the chairman, but as a citizen in that neighborhood, do you have any comments on this?
As a citizen, yes, I do. The access, so I was here at every meeting, I believe, maybe I missed one where this was brought up. It was initially denied based off
statements of the landowners on either side. And they're concerned that the right-of-way requirement would be on their property. And looking at the right-of-way of US Highway 72, which is what that was, pulling out the old records, there's adequate highway, there's an adequate right-of-way to meet the requirement. So that concern is no longer exists. I struggle with why we can't go back to 2 access points. When I look at the traffic, a little bit of snow, I think we're gonna create a major issue for ourselves with the single access point. So I do have concerns. And I understand, they don't want traffic in front of their homes. Neither do the 18 people that live along River Road where all of the traffic would go. They don't want that either. So I am concerned about consistency of the board. We try to grant variances based on hardship. And I want to question the real hardship here. So as a citizen stepping away, that's my comments.
Thank you. If I were to buy a lot all the way down to this far end, I'd hate to think that if I wanted to visit somebody just across River Road, I've got to drive all the way back up to the top, come back in. It doesn't seem to make sense to me, but you're the ones gotta do it. I'd like to see River Road widened and extended from Queen Road down to the bottom end here and have a full-blown entrance. But I'd hate to live in lot number, whatever it is at the end.
Any other comments? We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Gosh.
All right. Motion fails with lack of a second.
Or should we have seconded and turned it down?
I believe that wraps this meeting, correct?
Nope, you have to vote again, so you have to have a motion that you approve, so you have to create another motion that then you get
I'm glad
a,
you're here to guide me.
yeah.
Thank you.
So now you guys have to create another motion that you guys would vote to approve. Yep, yeah.
I want to ask a question before we consider a motion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I said, I understand the need to move as quick as possible. In situations like this, that need to be evaluated by, we've got an indication of the viewpoint of city council already. I don't want to say what they're going to vote for, but,
And I don't think city council votes on this. I think this lives and dies with this body today.
City, you guys are the final vote for variances.
Okay, well, that's good. That clarifies that.
And our concern just is that you're asking for an entrance onto a city street and then improvements onto a city street when this is in the county, and so that's a little unique.
It works both ways. We have no requirement now on any development that hits a county road.
Oh, I understand.
On the county.
And I would question that as well.
Why is the reverse not true? And I'm looking at the benefit of what improvements the city may incur, so.
Can it tie directly to the existing old Highway 72? Just open it up.
I'll go ahead and make a motion, and I make a motion after considering this, we deny this variance.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
6.
Clayton Pangle,
It's just the eyes. Go ahead.
Tim
Go
Dixon,
ahead.
What does it say?
Your vote.
Kevin Bookout,
Aye.
Brandon DeBoer,
No.
Ham Carey.
Aye, excuse me.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you.
Oh, I like this. This is good.
You did not vote on the preliminary plat. You voted on the two variances, but you have not voted on the approval, you have not voted on the preliminary plat.
If you would require the variances,
Yeah,
but just.
But
just-
you need to, for an
formality.
action, you need to make an action about what, your decision about the preliminary plat, just to make a decision on whether or not you would.
Okay, and that's what's shown there.
Well, the preliminary plat shows no access.
Just so the item is, the
And you
agenda
need-
item is closed.
Yep, we need a vote for the preliminary plat. With your decision, based on your decisions on the variances, what would you, we need a vote on the preliminary plat.
So we need a motion on the preliminary plat. So the preliminary plat with the gate connects to the roadway,
That's correct.
right?
The right of way does.
Can it be accepted as a connection?
That's 600 feet. They were wanting to go, they would put it out there. This would.
Trying to understand options.
It's right away, so the utilities requested also for easements to be provided. And there's 4 utilities, so, as practice, extending utilities, mains are better known on private property and easements. So, that right away provides that, along with for the city, if an application were to, be submitted for any annexation there, it would also allow us to provide those additional city services in addition to utility services. But the connection is a consideration of that future condition, and it allows us to do that. So it's planning, for that to occur, but right now, the cul-de-sac ends, there, it allows any future growth to happen.
So we have no option, is what you're telling me. We
Option
cannot
is to-
accept the plat as it's shown, it must be denied
The-
because the variances were denied. Am I correct in understanding that?
We took things out of order, obviously, so.
My bad.
I mean, no, it happens. But I mean, I think at this point, it's kind of moved whether you
Yeah.
approve the plat or not, because without the variances, then it can't be built, so.
It's just to close the agenda item. We don't have, it's a matter of order, I think. We need a table, we need to vote on that matter.
It seems like a contradiction. We can't approve the plat if we denied one of the variances. I make a motion, I was thinking we could, table this rather than killing it altogether. But, what?
You could,
I want to see the development take place, but we can't deny the variance and prove that that's a contradiction of existence. So I'll make a motion, we table
That doesn't kill it.
I don't want to kill it.
No.
What, any direction for staff or the applicant as to what to provide?
Staff works for your city manager, for the utility manager that's all involved in everything that's being done here. I think table list, sees whether there's, available solution. I think we, need the extra housing units in our area, even though this is in the county. But I also think we need to, as a city plan commission, make sure that we protect any cost basis that may be incurred in the future along River Road.
Well, I think the other question would be, what is truly required on the existing River Road to make it accessible to that property? I think that's a question that we would want answered. Is that correct?
The big difference is, people make mistakes. You all came back in ancient history and wanted 2 exits. That was the right, that is the right viewpoint. It's just that at that time, the members of this body did not think that was legally possible, and they were misinformed.
So you have a motion to table, do we have a second?
Let's don't kill it, so let's table it.
Okay, so we have a second, I assume, Mr. Carey?
Yes, sir.
All in favor, state aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes, thank you.
I noticed the lack of enthusiasm.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your.
We're trying.
We have BZA took it over.
Okay, well, do I hear a motion to close?
Make a motion, we adjourn for this meeting.
Really?
Motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
It's just 5 o'clock.
5 minutes and then let's get this done. That's why I was asking.
We're gonna stay here or go home?
I think we're spending the night.
I think you're right. Well, I would sure like to require why you think we should 30-foot road.
See, I think that's
Basically, anything on this side.
I'm surprised it
Well, remember the opposition.
They have a county commission.
I'm confused. If you accept.
I don't know what he said.
They don't mean it.
Right, no,
So that's what I'm saying. I think we got the wrong perception here. We should have accepted this. Kill the project.
So we told them no on that. You got.
I'll tell you that went on, but you're not giving
You put
them.
everybody on the agenda. You get everybody to that.
I have a second, don't let me.
It's like a good time.
I'd like to call to order the Board of Zoning Appeals. Roll call, please.
Brandon DeBoer.
Here.
Debbie Hines. Kevin Bookout.
Here.
Tim Carey.
Here.
Tim Dixon.
Here.
Tim Henley. Dennis Brennan,
Here,
David Mears, Clayton Pangle, and Scott Wilson.
thank you. Need to approve the minutes from October 1st, 2025. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, state aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Need to lock the agenda. Please don't add to it unless.
Under penalty of what?
Don't leave, Professor.
All right. Do I need a motion to lock the agenda?
Yes, please.
Can I have a motion?
Motion to lock the agenda. Second.
A second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any public comments? Thank you. Old business. Application 212, 2145 Chestnut Lane, amended 5% variance to increase the driveway slope from 10% to 15%. Section 14-310.1, applicant Reginald Bell, property owner David Whitmire, tax map 023, group E, parcel 036.00. Seth?
I think that applicant's here.
Yes. Thank you for your patience, sir. I
Yeah.
really appreciate it.
Patience is a virtue.
Yes, thank you for being virtuous.
So, I came before you guys a month ago
Yes, sir.
and we reworked the driveway where we were able to get it down to a 15% grade. And we got approval from Tennessee National. So, just looking for you guys' blessing.
I think last time it was for 17%. I think the applicant brought a different design at the meeting, which we hadn't seen. Staff was okay with the previous configuration, at 17%. But the revised design was submitted. It's a little bit, more gradual slope. Comes into the roadway at kind of a different angle. We're,
Just to be drop off, sort of the slope.
yeah, it's kind of at a horizontal angle rather than just, coming in, going down a driveway, but just the angle that the driveway comes to the road, so. Just, Travis, do you have any other information about this application?
No, I think it's a hilly lot, and there's not much you can do about it. It is what it is, and
East Tennessee.
they, looks like to me, did everything in their power to try to accomplish the best slope they could get, and this is it.
Was this the one with the thought of a retaining wall?
Yes, it's still a
Yeah.
retaining wall.
Yeah,
It's still there.
Okay.
Yeah, we still have, max.
I make a motion, we approve the variance.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank
Very
you
good.
again.
Thank you.
You deserve it if you've been here.
I was hoping I would get a little consideration.
You did.
Y'all have a great rest of
You
your
too.
time.
All right, new business, application number 215157, Smokies View, 2% variance to increase the driveway slope from 10% to 12%. Section 14-1310-10, application Sutton Homes, property owner Mike and Pam Allen, tax map 23M, group A, parcel 16.
If the applicant's here.
I believe they left.
Yeah, there were a couple, I think, that asked us to carry. I think that some additional, design was done to try to reduce the slope. I'll go back to the application here. So it's to 12%.
Okay.
So you're fine with that?
Tell by the line,
Yeah.
the topo lines, that's a tough lot.
Go ahead and
Yeah, and I think that they've, we're asking them to be mindful of steep driveways, and incorporate that into the design, and where they set their finished floor elevation.
Well, yeah.
Okay. All right, we have a motion.
I'll make a
please.
motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries, thank you. Application number 217, 900 Mockingbird Lane. 3% variance to increase the driveway slope from 10% to 13.5%. Section 14-310.10, applicant Sutton Homes, property owner Chip and Tara Lawson, tax map 23N, group F, parcel 37.
It's another situation, you know, Kelly Block, they did everything in their power to try to fix the situation, but it is what it is. I think that on the agenda is to talk about this and maybe we can review some of these things up to 20% so that you don't have to see all these and make this process a little faster for the applicants. But ultimately, I feel like they did everything they can do.
It is what it is. I'll make a motion we approve.
I'll second. Motion and a second. Any
You approve?
discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much, or you're.
I'm
I'm the
last one.
We saved the best for
This, you
last.
wait this time, you might as well come talk.
And I talk a lot, I may keep you here 20, 30 minutes. We'll see.
We got
Just kidding.
6 o'clock.
So Ham's bar is open right after this. so.
Yeah, come on up.
All right, application number 218, 181 Purple Iris Place. A 3% variance to increase the driveway slope from 10% to 13%. Section 14-310-10, applicant Valen.
Valley.
Custom Homes, property owner Christina and David Fugit, tax map 023N, group F, parcel 43.
So what we have here is the original topo on this site was just an upslope. And Tennessee National developed it so that the house seat, where the house sits, that's pretty much flat as a pancake. This sits on a cul-de-sac. There's about a 6-7 foot drop from a pointer from here down to here.
Okay.
Before we, the initial site plan had that initial upslope just to get to the flat part at 20%. So we, our surveyor went through it multiple times. We're having to drop the garage a foot or two to get it to 13%. So theoretically, we could drop it to 10, but then we're gonna have to drop the garage more, add a step. The whole idea is aging in place, more steps. It's, we feel that 3% is not really makes a big impact.
Understood. State anything from,
There's been a reduction in the design, the applicant, tried to accommodate a slider slope.
thank you for that.
I'll make a motion we approve it.
Second.
All right, motion second. Any discussion? Nope. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign, motion carries.
And I have I'm sorry, I was just gonna have one piece of feedback as somebody who builds a lot in Tennessee National. Having this go into, I guess I'll call it an administrative approval would be very beneficial because every lot we're looking at nowadays that homeowners are bringing to us exceeds that 10% limit, so.
It's
It's,
just installing elevators right around.
we're doing one elevator, it's 45,000, I don't know if everyone wants to do that, so.
No,
So anyway, thank you for
appreciate
your
that.
time.
Thank you for your patience, appreciate that. Staff do appreciate all of your efforts and obviously
Absolutely.
took a lot to put this all together.
So before we go though, we're not done, right?
We got just one more thing, so to this gentleman's point, there's a potential vehicle for staff that would guide staff. The International Zoning Code has a section and guidelines to not exceed 20%. Travis, I don't know if you want to speak to this a little bit more, but just to go through the design process that we have with these 4 applicants today and the previous ones.
Yeah, I think that what we would request of you guys is to give us permission to administratively review these up to 20%. And or if it's less than 20 and we feel like there's something they can do about it and they won't do it. So in other words, we've asked them to do something that seems reasonable to us and they say go fly a kite, then we'll say, okay, then you go to the planning commission and let them approve it. But we don't feel comfortable with letting you approving it. Is that, I think that's a fair statement.
So, you want our, blessing to go to city council and ask for this to be?
We want your blessing to review them right now with the intent of having an amendment to the code within the next, what did she say?
6 months. So
6 months.
On the right there, you can see amending the zoning ordinance to align with the International Zoning Code section that's kind of described here on the left. And the timeline of that would be a 6 month process.
I think this is a great step to improve our process and not waste time. So I make a motion that we proceed with this.
Second.
I didn't know we had to vote on it.
Any other discussion?
Yeah.
I like what you have there.
I think it'd be sufficient for y'all.
The process.
A long time ago.
Okay, going to call for a vote?
So it's a motion to
let's-
grant staff the ability to administratively approve these
Motion made
drivers
and
at
seconded.
20%.
So motion as was stated, so we.
Yes.
Okay. So
I second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
What do we do
All
next?
right. Anybody that wants to stay, you're on your own.
Move we adjourn.
Thank you all. Luckily, you'll have your regular head.
That's good.